Отлично, ты глубоко же засели эти неизвестные. Наверняка поднимется паника, когда я обнародую эти данные, но это даже полезно. Спутаем им все карты. Ага, я уже это заметил. Отличная работа. Сразу к делу, да? Не думал, что можешь звучать грубо. Карта не сработала, потому что там устаревшие хэш-коды. Нужны новые. Я их передам через доверенное лицо. Правда, он ничего толком знать не будет, так что не трать свое время на расспросы. Жди, с тобой свяжутся. Значит, все идет по плану. Не забудь документы. Без них весь твой путь бессмысленный. Я бы не стал использовать такое сильное слово. Я не ненавижу. Я делаю то, что должен. Я видел все изнутри. Террагрупп нельзя существовать. Ага, конец связи.
Leave us alone. We don't want you here. You colored little fuck. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, they agree with me, bro.
You guys don't agree with me.
You scared her, dude.
Did I scare you, honestly?
When you first stepped in here, I saw her tuck her purse. I'm just saying. I saw her put her shit away. I'd be scared if I were them. Look, she's literally shaking right now.
Don't I look like a chill guy?
Hey, you're not scared of me, right? Thank you so much. You seem like a chill girl as well. My name's Destin.
Wash your hands after that.
How are we allowing this?
It's allowed in my book. I don't give a rat's ass.
You a at the end of the day.
No, I'm not. Not even close. Hey, Mom, how you doing? Hey.
That looks good.
Yeah.
Do you think he looks better white or black?
Quiet. You're talking to my mom. Quiet. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
I'm your
She's
real son.
hugging him? That is a thief. Are we serious?
What do you think about these racist remarks that he's making?
What racist remarks? I don't hear anything.
That's what I'm saying. I don't hear anything.
Say
Are you baiting her to say so she can get canceled? For your own entertainment? You're such an asshole, man. Seriously?
Oh, wow.
Quiet, in this house, quiet. Leave us alone. We don't want you here. You colored little fuck. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, they agree with me, bro.
You guys don't agree with me.
You scared her, dude.
Did I scare you, honestly?
When you first stepped in here, I saw her tuck her purse. I'm just saying. I saw her put her shit away. I'd be scared if I were them. Look, she's literally shaking right now.
Don't I look like a chill guy?
You may think that was a little toxic. I queued up for terminal and met another guy in there, and we went through the whole thing, thick and thin. He saved me, I saved him, and in the very end, we had two different endings, and unfortunately, he forgot one crucial thing.
Nice shot, bro. Man, you came in a clutch a couple times. You saved my life.
Dude, I didn't pick up that fucking thing.
What thing?
The secure container for Savior Empty.
Wait. You sure?
Yep, do it.
You may think that was a little toxic. I queued up for terminal and met another guy in there, and we went through the whole thing, thick and thin. He saved me, I saved him, and in the very end, we had two different endings, and unfortunately, he forgot one crucial thing.
Nice shot, bro. Man, you came in a clutch a couple times. You saved my life.
Dude, I didn't pick up that fucking thing.
What thing?
The secure container for Savior Empty.
Wait. You sure?
Yep, do it.
My husband, who was 39 years old, I was 34, took his life.
Oh,
And
Leanne, I'm sorry.
I had 7 children, ages 13 and under, and a 4-month-old on my hip at the funeral. And
All of, was he the father of all 7?
yes, and we had been married 15 years.
Whoa.
So the oldest at the time was 13, and he just really struggled with his dad's death. It was very hard for him to overcome. We did counseling, we did medication, we did treatment programs. I did everything to try to help him, and last month he took his life, and I found him hanging in my shed, and it was terrible. And
Stop there. Okay. Because you blew by that pretty quick. That's a lot.
it is a lot, yes.
It's a lot. And you've got 6 other kids.
My husband, who was 39 years old, I was 34, took his life.
Oh,
And
Leanne, I'm sorry.
I had 7 children, ages 13 and
Fuck the American government.
What have they done for me? What have they done for my children? Do you really violate my rights? Do you really not know the answer to that? Come on, man. It was the CIA that put me in prison. What in the world do I owe the CIA? It was your decisions that put you in prison. It was the CIA's law-breaking that put me in prison. It was your choice to highlight the CIA's law-breaking to media that put you in prison. There we go. So we're in agreement then. Your children's, they live every day under the protection of the United States. They have all the benefits of American citizens. You get to enjoy. You're here on an American podcast. You flew on an American airline. You're staying in an American protected hotel. What do you think my children's memories are? Police officers driving around the streets right now. All of these people are contributing to the freedoms that you have. Oh wow. All of them. Wow. And you're sitting here saying you're a true believer. I'm a true believer in the fact that we have to serve the American dream. We have to serve the American purpose. That's what we're here to do. And that's exactly what I'm doing by opposing the American government. You don't oppose the American government by making yourself a voice for Russian state media. Why not? Because you're not talking out about the American government, first of all. What you're talking out about is Putin's invasion of Ukraine. No, I talk about the American government every single day. So whoever you're speaking to, you are giving credibility and authority and you're loaning all of your hard work to Russian media for a paycheck. I don't see how that's a problem. Is it because if you didn't come from CIA, they wouldn't care about you. So you're borrowing the authority of CIA. That's what makes you valuable to Russian media. No, I'm able to expose crimes that I witnessed in the CIA, sure. And maybe that gives me a little bit more cachet. John Kiriakou, separate of CIA, would not be of interest to Russian media. So what?
No,
No,
John
that's not true. That's not true.
Fuck the American government.
What have they done for me? What have they done for my children? Do you really
Besides,
you violate my rights? Do you really not know the answer to that? Come on, man. It was the CIA that put me in prison. What in the world do I owe the CIA? It was your decisions that put you in prison. It was the CIA's law-breaking that put me in prison. It was your choice to highlight the CIA's law-breaking to media that put you in prison. There we go. So we're in agreement then. Your children's, they live every day under the protection of the United States. They have...
Yo, I hear you stepping on my tiles, bro. Don't be disrespectful.
Do something about it.
Yeah?
Yeah, what about it?
Oh my god, oh my god, I killed him! I was literally just spinning around like a crackhead shooting. Yo, I hear you stepping on my tiles, bro. Don't be disrespectful.
Do something about it.
Yeah?
Yeah, what about it?
Oh my god, oh my god, I killed him! I was literally just spinning around like a crackhead shooting.
Why don't you use Sea Hydro?
Yo, I hear you stepping on my tiles, bro. Don't be disrespectful.
Why don't you use Sea Hydro?
Salt's harder on the filters. It's the fucking cultists. Oh. Oh, there's another one. No. No. I should have ran towards him. Oh, I'm such a dumbass. Are you kidding me? Fucking dumbass nigga. God damn it. God damn it. Why didn't I ran towards him? Damn it, dude. Fuck, I should have just ran towards him. What the fuck am I doing? Why the fuck would I run away from that? I knew I killed him. God damn it. That's my fucking thermal too. Fuck. God damn it. It's so annoying. dipshit, dude. Oh my god. Why would he throw a grenade in that fucking situation? I'm so fucking pissed. Fucking dumbass faggot. Fuck. At least I looted the fucking priest.
Wait, do you want to know like a cultural thing we do in Vietnam, actually?
What?
So like if you guys wanted to try this. So in Vietnam for culture, when we like show our thanks for the highest like regard, so we'll put our hands here and we go, thank you. Thank
Cap.
you.
Cap.
No, for real, we do it
Cap.
in Vietnam. It's a culture thing.
Don't
So-
man, I'm sour. Don't man, I'm Blackanese. Don't man, I'm sour.
Fuck.
She's capping. You didn't know I was Blackanese, did you?
No. Wait, do you want to know like a cultural thing we do in Vietnam, actually?
What?
So like if you guys wanted to try this. So in Vietnam for culture, when we like show our thanks for the highest like regard, so we'll put our hands here and we go, thank you. Thank
Cap.
you.
Cap.
No, for real, we do it
Cap.
in Vietnam. It's a culture thing.
Don't
So-
man, I'm sour. Don't man, I'm Blackanese. Don't man, I'm sour.
Fuck.
Let's do 15 for AK. 900,000? Okay. very expensive, 900,000. We can do another type of shooting for 900,000.
Okay, good shoulder.
Okay, thank you. Let's do 15 for AK. 900,000? Okay. Very expensive, 900,000. We can do another type of shooting for 900,000.
We got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address had made a threat to shoot up school. You have any kids or anything living here?
Yeah, Colt Gray. He's my oldest son.
How old is he?
He's 13.
Can we talk to him?
Yeah.
Hey Colt, what's going on, bud? So did your dad kind of explain everything to you?
He said something about shooting up a school.
Did you say something about school shooting?
Never, I just told him. Maybe they misheard somebody else. I don't know. So
You look me in the eye and you tell me that's what you're telling me? I got no choice but to take it.
Gray, charged with 4 counts of felony murder for allegedly 2 students and 2 teachers. His father was arrested the next day. Officials say he recklessly allowed his teen son access to...
We got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address had made a threat to shoot up school. You have any kids or anything living here?
Yeah, Colt Gray. He's my oldest son.
How old is he?
He's 13.
Can we talk to him?
Yeah.
Hey Colt, what's going on, bud? So did your dad kind of explain everything to you?
He said something about shooting up a school.
Did you say something about school shooting?
Never, I just told him. Maybe they misheard somebody else. I don't know. So
You look me in the eye and you tell me that's what you're telling me? I got no choice but to take it.
Gray, charged with 4 counts of felony murder for allegedly 2 students and 2 teachers. His father was arrested the next day. Officials say he recklessly allowed his teen son access to...
We got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address had made a threat to shoot up school. You have any kids or anything living here?
Yeah, Colt Gray. He's my oldest son.
How old is he?
He's 13.
Can we talk to him?
Yeah.
Hey Colt, what's going on, bud? So did your dad kind of explain everything to you?
He said something about shooting up a school.
Did you say something about school shooting?
Never, I just told him. Maybe they misheard somebody else. I don't know.
You look me in the eye and you tell me that's what you're telling me? I got no choice but to take it.
Gray, charged with 4 counts of felony murder for allegedly 2 students and 2 teachers. His father was arrested the next day. Officials say he recklessly allowed his teen son access to...
We got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address had made a threat to shoot up school. You have any kids or anything living here?
Yeah, Colt Gray. He's my oldest son.
How old is he?
He's 13.
Can we talk to him?
Yeah.
Hey Colt, what's going on, bud? So did your dad kind of explain everything to you?
He said something about shooting up a school.
Did you say something about school shooting?
Never, I just told him. Maybe they misheard somebody else. I don't know. So
You look me in the eye and you tell me that's what you're telling me? I got no choice but to take it.
Gray, charged with 4 counts of felony murder for allegedly 2 students and 2 teachers. His father was arrested the next day. Officials say he recklessly allowed his teen son access to...
We got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address had made a threat to shoot up school. You have any kids or anything living here?
Yeah, Colt Gray. He's my oldest son.
James Lee Page Jr.
Special appearance?
Oh boy. One of these guys, eh? You're not gonna play with me this morning.
No, sir, I'm not listed.
Either you are or you aren't James Lee Page. If you aren't, back away from the podium. If you are, tell me that. I'm not gonna play with you. Are you James Lee Page?
I'm a living man.
Back away.
За мной пошли!
away from the podium.
Sir, step away from
I'll issue a warrant for you.
Sir, may
Then back up.
please
No, you can't answer the question. You're not James Lee Page. You have no business being here. Back away from the podium.
Sir,
You want to end up in the lockup?
I do not. Please.
Back up away from the podium. You're not the defendant.
Can we hold court, please?
Back up.
Can you give me-
John, stay away. John, stay. John.
Can I please?
No, you're not James Lee Page. Back away from the
Okay,
podium.
sir, I am.
Well, then don't play with me. Then don't lie to me.
I'm not trying to lie to you, sir, but you understand that they're trying to act like I'm a little bit.
I'm like, James Lee Page Jr.
Special appearance?
Oh boy. One of these guys, eh? You're not gonna play with me this morning.
No, sir, I do not wish to.
Either you are or you aren't James Lee Page. If you aren't, back away from the podium. If you are, tell me that. I'm not gonna play with you. Are you James Lee Page?
I'm a living man.
Back away from the podium.
Sir, step away from
I'll issue a warrant for you.
Sir, may
Then back up.
I please ask?
No, you can't ask a question. You're not James Lee Page. You have no business being here. Back away from the podium.
Sir,
You want to end up in the lockup?
I do not. Please.
Back up away from the podium. You're not the defendant.
Can we hold court, please?
Back up.
Can you give me-
John, stay away. John, stay. John.
Can I please?
No, you're not James Lee Page. Back away from the
Okay,
podium.
sir, I am.
Then- Well, then don't play with me. Then don't lie to me.
I'm not trying to lie to you, sir, but you understand that they're trying to act like I'm a little bit.
I'm like, James Lee Page Jr.
Special appearance?
Oh boy. One of these guys, eh? You're not gonna play with me this morning.
No, sir, I do not wish to.
Either you are or you aren't James Lee Page. If you aren't, back away from the podium. If you are, tell me that. I'm not gonna play with you. Are you James Lee Page?
Ништяк, пацаны, сегодня мы кайфуем.
You eat to avoid killing animals only exists because it kills animals. Oyster mushrooms are one of the most popular meat substitutes on this planet. They grow on dead wood and people eat them because they have a meaty texture. But oyster mushrooms didn't evolve to replace meat. They actually evolved to eat it. They grow on wood that has almost no nitrogen. So they hunt these microscopic animals called nematodes to survive. The mushroom releases a scent to attract them. And when they make contact, the mushroom fires a chemical weapon that paralyzes them in minutes. Then it grows directly into the body and dissolves the animal from the inside out while it's still alive. So the same food that people eat instead of meat only exists because it eats meat, which is pretty insane.
You that Nick nigga, word?
Yeah, you know that.
Okay. Okay.
For you. Yeah, I am. What's good though?
Come around this corner right quick.
What you mean come around that corner?
Come around this corner right quick.
Yeah. What the fuck, nigga? You a fan? I don't even know you, nigga. Nigga's a fan, nigga. Nigga, I don't even know this nigga. You know my whole name, nigga.
Come around the corner.
Come right here, nigga. What's up?
Come around the corner.
Yo,
we don't do shit in the shop. Come around the corner.
We don't do shit in the shop. You
right. Yeah, come around the corner.
Get it in, nigga. Chat, stop playing.
Come around the corner.
Yo, you better chill, nigga. This shit on live, gang.
Come around the corner.
Let me get
Come around the corner. Yeah, all right.
Again, bro. Like,
Why
these
you
niggas
talking
be
around the
damn.
corner?
Who am I? You know me, bro?
I know you. Come around this corner.
Why?
Come around this corner.
Why, nigga?
Get off the phone.
What time you on, nigga?
Get off the phone. Come around this corner.
This nigga's ass.
One ass whipping later.
Who got it, gang?
Yo, come on, man. Come on, real.
Who got it, gang? Who got it, bro? I got it. I got it.
I got it. You got it.
I got it or what?
Well, I couldn't, nigga.
I got it or what, bro?
You ain't going nowhere, nigga.
You going to jail, nigga. You going to jail. Call the police. It's all on stream, dickhead.
You that Nick nigga, word?
Yeah, you know that.
Okay.
To send him, look, he's answering phone calls in the middle of the
Hello?
podcast.
Yeah, who cares? Who are you? Yeah.
You're really answering the phone right now.
Why would he want to talk to you?
Oh, I'll make business with him.
But no one knows who you are.
Is that like a sponsor?
Yeah, no, I own the company.
You own the company?
Yeah.
You look like it.
So Birdhouse is my company.
That's your company, yeah.
It looks like you own it.
It doesn't work the second time because you're insulting your friend. You're not insulting me.
He's not implying me. He's interesting for a
Yeah,
minute.
You're making it awkward, but
He's interesting for a TikTok clip, maybe.
wow.
No girls try to hit on you?
Not often.
That's strange.
Did they try to hit on you?
All the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How old? Like 50?
It's a range. We don't.
I forget the phrase, but it's beggars can't be choosers. I remember. It took me a second there. I do remember. To send him. Look, he's answering phone calls in the middle of the
Hello?
podcast.
Yeah, who cares? Who are you? Yeah.
You're really answering the phone right
Why would he want to talk to you?
Oh, I'll make business with him.
But no one knows who you are.
Is that like a sponsor?
Yeah, no, I own the company.
You own the company?
Yeah.
You look like it.
So Birdhouse is my company.
That's your company, yeah.
It looks like you own it.
It doesn't work the second time because you're insulting your friend. You're not insulting me.
He's not employing me. He's interesting for a
Yeah,
minute.
You're making it awkward, but
He's interesting for a TikTok clip, maybe.
wow.
No girls try to hit on you?
Not often.
That's strange.
Did they try to hit on you?
All the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How old? Like 50?
That's a range. We don't.
I forget the phrase, but it's beggars can't be choosers. I remember. It took me a second there. I do remember. To send him. Look, he's answering phone calls in the middle of the
Hello?
podcast.
Yeah, who cares? Who are you? Yeah.
You're really answering the phone.
The company.
You own the company?
Yeah.
You look like it.
So Birdhouse is my company.
That's your company, yeah.
It looks like you own it.
It doesn't work the second time because you're insulting your friend. You're not insulting me.
He's not employing me. He's interesting for a
Yeah,
minute.
You're making it awkward, but
He's interesting for a TikTok clip, maybe.
wow.
No girls try to hit on you?
Not often.
That's strange.
Did they try to hit on you?
All the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How old? Like 50?
That's a range. We don't.
I forget the phrase, but it's beggars can't be choosers. I remember. It took me a second there. I do remember. To send him. Look, he's answering phone calls in the middle of the
Hello?
podcast.
Okay, I think I just invented the best security camera in the world. It's just a little Bluetooth speaker, a webcam, and a Raspberry Pi with an AI model told to convince people not to break into that door. Okay, I'm gonna pretend to be a burglar.
Smile. You're on camera.
Wow, it's actually really fast.
Bro, is this shit not here again? I'm gonna go crazy. Nigga. Bro, what's the point? Holy. Oh my god. That's all I need is that fucking...
For real though, you know I can see you, right?
Yeah?
Also, who are you talking to?
Okay, can you hear me too? I forgot.
I can whisper too. I see you're recording me. So we are both recording each other. Great. Then let's both agree not to do anything we wouldn't want to be sent to the police. There's a pit bull sleeping on the other side of that door, you know.
Okay, I think I just invented the best security camera in the world. It's just a little Bluetooth speaker, a webcam, and a Raspberry Pi with an AI model told to convince people not to break into that door. Okay, I'm gonna pretend to be a burglar.
Smile. You're on camera.
Wow, it's actually really fast.
For real though, you know I can see you, right?
Yeah?
Also, who are you talking to?
Okay, can you hear me too? I forgot.
I can whisper too.
Okay, I think I just invented the best security camera in the world. It's just a little Bluetooth speaker, a webcam, and a Raspberry Pi with an AI model told to convince people not to break into that door. Okay, I'm gonna pretend to be a burglar.
Alright, boom. This is what will happen if you swallow the lithium battery, innit? This chicken breast represents you still. Now, lithium batteries are a mad thing because they contain pure lithium metal, innit? Now, lithium's a group 1 alkali metal and is bare reactive in water still. Releases a lot of heat and that, fam. Now, obviously, our bodies contain a lot of water in it, so if we swallowed it, the lithium's going to react with our bodies and produce bare lithium hydroxide, fam. That's a corrosive thing and that, fam. Alright, cool. So now, man's going to slice up the chicken and that so we can slap the lithium metal in there, innit? Alright, cool. Let's see what go on here. Let's go, fam. Oh my days, cuz. Instant smoke and that. Red flames, you know what I'm saying, fam? So obviously lithium, yeah, that burns at over 2,000 degrees Celsius, bruv. So that's going to burn up the insides, innit? And obviously it reacts with the water to produce lithium hydroxide. That's a corrosive thing. So that's going to burn you up further, fam. Obviously bare hydrogen gas produced as well, flammable settings and that. Look at that, bro. Grilled up, man. Grilled chicken settings. You know what time it is, man. It's a mad thing, cuzzy. Alright, boom.
After Leon Edwards was dunked onto his head by Bilal, his neck never felt the same. So while Leon prepared for his next fight, his team tried everything they could to fix his neck, but nothing worked. Luckily for him, his next opponent, Carlos Prates, was a registered chiropractor in Brazil. When he heard how bad Leon's neck injury was, he knew he had to be gentle, even asking him about the injury mid-fight. He let Leon win the first round with his grappling just so he could get a closer look at the injury. By the second round, Carlos knew exactly how to fix him. He did a sort of punching motion directed at Leon's chin, which snapped his vertebrae back into place. Leon was instantly smiling, finally being relieved from his chronic neck pain as Carlos went in for one last readjustment. After Leon Edwards was dunked onto his head by Bilal, his neck never felt the same. So while Leon prepared for his next fight, his team tried everything they could to fix his neck, but nothing worked. Luckily for him, his next opponent, Carlos Prates, was a registered chiropractor in Brazil. When he heard how bad Leon's neck injury was, he knew he had to be gentle, even asking him about the injury mid-fight. He let Leon win the—
What is Khajiit? That's Asian? That is not Asian. Imperial.
Hey. What up? Okay. Okay, alright, I'll be down there soon. 200. Alright, thank you. Okay, bye. Waiting here for some.
I bet
this video can't get the same number of likes and comments. I bet this video can't get the...
Yo, you born weed?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Boy, I can't burn weed again, you know.
You're not born no weed and I feel the vibe.
Come and do that, boy. Some high grade weed, and brother, I start to see things, as in like hallucinations.
Yeah,
so me just say, alright, me just go relax, take my wife, we go up zoo. Is it me just go look on the monkey them or pet a donkey?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So next thing, me take my wife, me go home, all night me I get some hot fuck, foot in the ear, leg turn over, back bend up, everything.
Jada, things stiff up, I weed.
Yeah, man. So check this now. Wake up in the morning, I see how the devil wicked. Cause when me look beside me, and my wife that in the bed, you know. But I the same monkey from the zoo. So then me realize, say, hold on there. I don't have a wife. Me never married yet. Yo, you born weed?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Boy, I can't burn weed again, you know.
You're not born no weed and I feel the vibe.
Come and do that burn some high grade weed. And brother, I start to see things. As in like...
I'm going to show you this one because it's pretty beautiful. Massive ribs. Oh my God. And a cold beer. 40 to woo. Still no movement from Tony, no bid from Spencer, no interest from Tasha. I'm amazed. 40 bucks going once, twice. Sold to Woo. Maybe the biggest bargain ever at a Survivor auction.
Good job, Woo. Because there are so few people actually vying for the food, this auction was a buyer's market. Great deals. All of this food for so little money, and I can't even watch.
40, thank you.
What are you anticipating? What's the taste?
That tangy barbecue sauce, that chewiness of the meat, just immaculate, all in my mouth.
Go for it. I'm going to show you this one because it's pretty beautiful. Massive ribs. Oh my God. And a cold beer. 40 to woo.
We're done talking. I'm ready to fight. You don't want this fight to happen, Jake. Whatever. I'm Jake Paul and get ready for the Paul Punch. Huh? Don't make me do this, Jake. Whatever. I hate you. What? I didn't want to have to do this, Jake. But you made me do it. You made the demons come out. Stand still so I can Paul Punch you. This is my last chance to let you forfeit. No! Very well. You have chosen your own demise. Domain expansion. What am I looking at? What is all of this? You have awoken a dormant nightmare. How are you doing this? Your eyes are open, but your mind is shut. I thought we were gonna just like punch each other. Oh, we are, Jake, because it is I who will be doing the punching. Kamehameha, Jake. Whoa!
frames there?
I'm putting in this new red jar. It's got a humongous.
anyone so Oh, grenade came right at me. What? It...
Скоро отправляемся.
Bravo 1 to Hotel Alpha, how copy?
Trying to reach command on a standard setup. When range becomes the problem, you change the system. Range isn't luck, it's preparation.
Bravo 1 to Hotel Alpha.
Bravo 1 to Hotel Alpha, how copy?
Bravo 1 to Hotel Alpha, how copy?
Trying to reach command on a standard setup.
Hey guys, just got a copper still in from Steven Stills. $10 gallon still.
The Odd Ones Out situation is getting worse. So from what I understand, he fired his editors. They decided to make a public fuss about it and drag his name. Just sounded like a bad falling out. One of those things that you just kind of think to yourself should have been handled privately, and none of this would have had to happen, right? No one has to take sides in a situation that no one knows about. So let's take a look at this.
Massive day for the unemployed. The Odd Ones Out apparently fired a bunch of people from his animated... Massive day for the unemployed. The Odd Ones Out apparently fired a bunch of people from his animating team and people were pissed. So the entire Odd Ones Out team has been fired, which means my main source of income is God. Roki, I'm joking. As you all know, it's about to be the dreaded tax season and we're about to move, so I'll be doing comms full-time from here on out. I'd like to have a big favor from y'all to please boost my lovely coworker commissions and help support them as well. I've already shared them on my Blue Sky. It's just Twitter where you can't make fun of Bangladesh. Also, this dude uploaded a handful of videos in the year. You can't afford an animation team of that many people off of just a couple of videos.
That's crass.
3 videos. For reference, he might make 10 to 20k per video release, 75k on the upper end. So that's abysmal to have an entire animation team for that. That might sound like a lot of money, but it's not. Now, a lot of these animators were coming out and saying that this was abrupt and they had no idea for these sudden layoffs. So yes, this was my job with the Odd Ones Out. So this is pretty public knowledge now. Yes, this was my primary income. I worked 30 to 35 hours weekly for the channel. So the sudden layoff was pretty devastating to say the least. I'm very open for constant illustration work. Trigger warning, ableism. So I just found out the Odd Ones Out firing all his animators, not cool, but everybody seems to forget he's been problematic. We've known this. Do not interact if you support. Bait or mental retard should call it. If he genuinely did fire his whole team right before tax season without as much of a warning, that would be a dick move. Anyway, the reason this became big is because this got picked up by our YouTube drama, the most loser Reddit of all time. Now, come to think of it, they're basically doing what I'm doing, but at least I'm getting paid. Anyway, let me play a clip from my favorite low-income YouTuber, Diesel Patches.
However, the message that follows afterwards is, kind of ridiculous. Hey y'all, don't be taking screenshots of this and posting it online. It's not anyone's business. Whoever posted it on Reddit, please delete it. Yes. Hey guys, I know I just claimed a popular YouTuber fired me and his entire staff, and I know this sounds like juicy drama, but please don't make this public. You can't just drop something like this while adding your entire Discord server and then expect people to keep this info private.
No, for real, the animation community was in shambles because of this. They were like, please, no, God forbid, anything but working for Baby Nobody, please. All he did was let people go, and somehow it's a bad thing? There seems to be no sign of intelligent life anywhere. Massive day for the unemployed. Forced to get a job. And this got so big that the Odd Ones Out himself responded. There's been some discussion online about changes to my team, and I want to clear a few things up. We still have an animation team, and the artists working on future projects will continue to be credited in the videos they participate in making. Over the years, I've worked with a lot of really talented freelancers on a project-by-project basis, depending on the needs of the video. My team has always fluctuated. Freelance creative work often shifts as projects evolve, and right now I'm working on scaling the team to focus on more condensed roles. Last year, despite having a sizable team, we only released 3 videos. Basically, Odd Ones Out has been funding the animation team out of pocket, using his backlog of videos and personal sponsorship to pay their bills. This made it clear that I needed to seriously rework my production process. This was never a reflection of anyone's talent or the work they did. Many of these people helped me build the channel, and I'm grateful for the time, creativity, and effort they put into this project. This was not an easy thing to do. I know animation takes time, but with a crew of 20 people, you should be able to make more than 3 videos a year. Like, what are we doing here? Let's up those numbers.
Let's up those numbers!
I had one-on-one conversations with every artist involved and had face-to-face conversations with everyone locally. This was not some cold, insensitive breakup text. Some of the artists I've worked with has been a part of this channel for a long time, and because of that, I tried to handle these changes in the most respectful way possible. I provided severance packages to all full-time freelancers. That wasn't something I planned on sharing publicly, but since the situation was already brought online, I feel it's important that all the details are understood. Maybe that's why the Blue Sky guy was crashing out on the people posting it on Reddit. Whoever posted on Reddit, please delete it.
A person that I employ, freelancer that I employ, currently we're not profitable, so I'm gonna have to let you go, but here's an entire severance package. I completely understand if you're upset about getting laid off. Okay, well, it kind of sucks to be laid off, so I'm gonna complain about it to the internet. I sure hope that no one takes this and completely blows it out of proportion, even though it's a nothing burger of a controversy.
I'm not surprised a woman is cooking. Pretty valid stuff. But anyway, some people were taking this less lightly.
The Odd Ones Out fired his team. Let's talk about why, okay? He has been declining in viewership for years. It's no secret. Here's what happened. He started off as a simple one-man band, the original slideshow diary YouTuber with the guys in the corner doing this shit. He was doing relatable stuff, you know? My first job, my bad roommate, my scary movie as a kid. Stuff the audience could relate to, told by one guy in a simple style that was charming and effective and kid-friendly. Massive audience overnight. Dude, it is still massive.
Low Taper Fade in 2026 is crazy work.
I have no idea what the story is with severance packages or not. I just know he fell off because he lost the audience, got too corporate, and here we are now.
On my mama, I haven't heard somebody mention the Odd Ones Out in like a decade. What's next? Grade A, under A? Maybe I'm unkified to the extreme, but all I really watch is like chess on YouTube anyway.
Damn it, I'm black.
Dude, he's literally not black. What? You ran out of stories. What'd you expect? How does an NFL kicker miss a kick? It's the same thing with animators, bruh. Just invent the story how you yourself at Papa John's or something. Anyway, sorry for getting off topic. Let's get back to the drama. It's been frustrating seeing the situation described online in a way that makes this feel or look hostile when I tried my best to make sure my artists were taken care of. Nothing about this was easy. Managing a large creative team comes with a lot of responsibility, and I tried my best to do right by the people I worked closely with. I've also told many of them that I'm happy to serve as a reference for future opportunities because they are talented artists. Don't get me wrong, they are talented, but they're still replaceable. I'm just saying it how it is. They're not reinventing the wheel. This type of animator is a dime a dozen. It would be selfish for me to keep these artists on hold with no projects or consistent work coming their way, so I made a tough decision. I want nothing but what's best for my team. I apologize if this felt sudden. I was extremely hesitant to make the decision myself, but again, with no other jobs to offer at the time, this was the best way forward. I wish I could give work to every artist in the community, but realistically that just isn't possible. I have linked everyone's socials to this post with the social media portfolios of the team for my last upload. Low-key colossal size W, boss man. What a class act. Wait, so you mean this whole situation was a perfectly normal situation that got blown out of proportion by idiots on the internet who lack rational thought and reasoning? Shocker. My favorite hamburger. Don't cater to the virtue signalers. They will find something wrong about everything and they will never be satisfied. You run a business and no one is entitled to know what's going on behind the scenes. Run your business. They have no impact. Caleb Hammer going on a run? I must be dreaming. Okay, jokes aside, I like the guy. This dude said calorie audit. Come on. Health is wealth. Tierzu. Do people think that YouTubers are just supposed to bankrupt themselves to continue paying their staff when their business becomes unprofitable? I'm getting a lot of questions about the Odd Ones Out situation. Please understand that I'm just as lost as you guys are in why exactly he dropped the entire team on a whim. We were left with little to nothing to go off of. We had no idea this would happen. Like, again, where does the truth lie? Is it somewhere in the middle? I'm genuinely just as confused as some of you guys are because did he fire them without giving them an explanation or not? Like, apparently they got severance packages. Did only the good employees get the packages? What's the deal? Actually, truth be told, I don't give a f either way. I'm not 32 yet. I don't have empathy. I got laid off before too, except I didn't go on Twitter and bitch about it. I just drank myself to sleep.
I don't know for sure if these animators were full-time employees under James or freelance workers. I would say most likely the latter based on the direction some of these animators are going after being let go. And regardless, many of these animators like Anti-Darkheart, who made the Discord post, have been working for James for over 4 years. Even a lead animator that worked on 54 of James's videos was given the boot. So even if the animation team was made up of entirely freelance work, getting booted out of nowhere after that long of service for the same business is kind of bullshit.
Like, obviously it sucks to be on the receiving end of getting fired, but if you're replaceable that easily, tough titties, you know what I mean? That's just capitalism for you. You'd be a naive moron to think that a company would keep you on there if you are dispensable. And that's coming from a slop tuber, so listen and learn. The news articles are also funny. Netizens say James has blood on his hands. He just fired a couple furries. Let's relax, guys. You know, there's genuinely nothing on this burger. If I wasn't so poor and needed to pay my rent, I wouldn't be covering this. Even Moist Critical didn't cover this, so that says something.
Chill!
It was a misinput, calm down!
Even after a lot of these animators came out and publicly on the Odd Ones Out, he still put their names in the description and promoted them, so, you know, W for him, I guess. Subscribe to my channel if the Odd Ones Out is a real ass and doesn't deserve the hate. Unfortunately, we ran out of time for this video.
Welcome back to a series so jelly. Even Big Lenny subscribed. In today's video, Queen of all jellyfish and Ludwig's girlfriend QT Cinderella is going viral for a clip with streamer Jason the Ween. She claims she's actually not a millionaire and insists that she just spends too much money on streamer events. Of course, she's broke like Mr. Beast is broke. She tries to show Jason her bank account to prove she's not a millionaire. She desperately tries to be relatable to her viewers while admitting she has 2 full-time employees and takes plenty plenty of sponsors? Jason is not buying it at all and keeps questioning her about it. They talk about billionaires and how they would give all their money away if they were that rich. Sounds very, very familiar.
And we hate the rich. Aren't you the rich? No!
Most pathetic Hassan orbiter Casey Tron is back, and she's trying to bully and harass creators involved with Asmongold's agency Mythic Talent.
Aren't you the rich? No!
Most pathetic Hassan orbiter Casey Tron is back, and she's trying to bully and harass creators involved with Asmongold's agency Mythic Talent. A bunch of back and forth chaos happens on Twitter, after which Asmongold responds, finally stepping away. Subscribe or you morph into Casey Tron, a fate worse than death.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, so Queen of all jellyfish, rank number 2 invertebrate, QT Cinderella is back. And she is now claiming that she's actually not a millionaire. In fact, she's probably broke, guys. She's actually poor, just like Hassan Paika. They are all just broke multimillionaires, of course. Now, we all know where she gets this mindset of, let me just pretend to be relatable and lie to all my viewers, right? She's very close to Hassan, goes to his house regularly, has a podcast with him, supports him, normalizes an open terrorist supporter to a broader audience, helping him earn even more revenue. Not to mention, of course, that she defended him in the dog regularly, has a podcast with him, supports him, normalizes an open terrorist supporter to a broader audience, helping him earn even more revenue. Not to mention, of course, that she defended him in the dog shocking saga despite going to his house and finding the shock collar and seeing that he cut off the prongs and put tape over it, but still somehow defends him. I mean, that is just fucking Oblivion NPC shit. Anyways, a clip is going viral here. QT Cinderella denies being a millionaire when asked by Jason the Ween. No, I could show you my bank account.
No, I'm not the spy. Don't you think I'd be way more successful if I was the spy?
I mean, you are a millionaire.
I love that you think that.
You're not a millionaire.
No, I could show you my bank account. Well, I can't because I'm driving, but.
So, savings, brokerage, all investments, all assets, you're not a millionaire.
No, I spend too much.
Are you serious?
Yeah, unfortunately.
You must be.
I spend so much. You got to think. I do so many events. None of them make money.
Why would you do that?
Because I love it and I'm stupid.
Respect, but.
I know, it's really dumb.
There's no way, though.
Also, I have 2 full-time employees. I know, but think of how many subs you have versus me. And
Wow. Oh, Jason, you just have so many subscribers. Unlike me, I, QT, am so poor. I am so broke. Dude, is anybody else just really fucking annoyed at this shit? So first off, both of them are very rich, okay? Jason is probably more rich, I imagine, just because he's super successful as a streamer. But QT is a very successful streamer as well. She's still very much a millionaire. If I had to guess, probably multi-millionaire. And that is even if you ignore that she's partnered with Ludwig, Jillywig, one of the actual biggest creators with 1 billion sponsors, huge YouTube channel, huge stream. And I'm just really confused because, like, don't they share finances, like, at least a little? Because I feel like in a long-term relationship, that's a pretty normal thing to do. But I don't know, maybe they don't have like a normal relationship. They also kiss other guys and girls, so this isn't exactly like a traditional relationship. There's a lot of cuckery going on here, but even by herself, I'd say she's definitely rich. But I mean, I can understand why people are so mad about this, because it is infuriating, right? Just watching someone you know is rich, you know they're a millionaire, you know they're super privileged, and they keep on sort of lying about it to seem relatable to their audience. They have this parasocial viewer base, so they want to like connect more and get more subs out of them, farm them even more, seem like, hey, I'm just your friend here. Like, get the fuck out of here. Everybody is sick of this shit. You're not like a normal person. You quite literally run like a Hollywood elite type Oscar type show where you award your fellow streamer, rich multimillionaire friends these random awards in order to boost their egos, farm more connections, and to think that you're that important, right? And let me just break down the tactics there. Oh, here's my bank account. Oh, just look at my bank account. Look, it's not $1 million. Look, there's nothing in there. I'm so poor. Now, this is a classic tactic that rich people use, all right? Nobody keeps $1 million liquid in your bank account, okay? That's just not something you do. Only stupid people do that, because when it's sitting in your bank account, you're losing money, okay? Most of the time, it's in an investment account. It's in different assets, maybe locked up in a company or some business adventures, etc., etc. And she obviously knows this. It's just an excuse, right? And the other excuses are like, I spend too much. Oh yeah, I just spend too much money. Of course. I earn $1 billion, but I just spend it all. I just spend it all on my streamer events. Yes, the streamer awards. Yeah, apparently inviting a bunch of creators and doing like a one-day fucking event is costing millions of dollars, apparently. Like, if you're that bad at finances, I mean, nobody can help you at that point. But it's more likely that you're just lying to seem relatable. Also, I love the admission that she has 2 full-time employees, but actually broke, of course. Not to mention Ludwig has God knows how many employees, like a shit ton. So yeah, none of these people are remotely broke, remotely poor. They are most certainly millionaires. And you know, this kind of reminds me of that Mr. Beast clip of him going, oh, I'm actually broke. I have negative money. I'm in debt, actually. No, you guys are richer than me. Mr. Beast. Yes, of course.
You said you keep less than $1 million for yourself despite being a paper billionaire. Why do you choose to operate that way?
It's funny talking about my personal finances because no one ever believes anything I say. So, I mean, because they're like, you're a billionaire. I'm like, that's net worth. I have negative money right now. I'm borrowing money. That's how little money I have. Technically, everyone watching this video has more money than me.
Yeah, that's got to be like top 10 most insufferable clips, right? Newsflash to every rich guy. Never fucking say this. This is infuriating for anyone to see, okay? Everybody knows that Mr. Beast is a multimillionaire, potential billionaire, okay? He will never, I repeat, never have the struggles that most people go through. And the audacity to say, oh, you watching right now, you're probably richer than me. Oh my God, dude, that's got to be infuriating. Imagine living like rent to rent on, you know, just getting by on your salary, and you have this fucking billionaire going, oh no, you're richer than me because I just spend all my money. Oh, I just spend all my money. Oh, I'm just making my next Mr. Beast video, and oh, I'm giving out 1% of my net worth here, and yeah, that's why I'm broke, of course. Dude, for the love of God, cut the bullshit. You're obviously doing some dumb tax bullshit that all billionaires do, some stupid, dumb loopholes where you try to squeeze out even more money, appear that you have lesser money than normal so the IRS doesn't fucking hunt your ass down or whatever, you know, to appear broke and relatable to your viewers. And I feel like people are sick of it. You clearly have wealth beyond comprehension. It is super annoying, right? And I find it funny that this Jason guy is just unknowingly cooking everybody, right? He's supposed to be friends with Pokimane, Cutie Cinderella, and Hassan, right? He's like good friends with these people, but apparently unknowingly just like asks normal questions and they just fucking humiliate themselves. He's just like, wait, but aren't you a millionaire? Oh, we hate the rich, but aren't you the rich? And it just completely destroys them. And the funniest part is that he's not even trying to do it. He's not trying to expose them. He's just asking regular questions.
And we hate the rich. Aren't you the rich? No!
So then he continues and he's like genuinely asking like, oh, you're probably managing your money wrong, right? Because there's no way you're not a millionaire. And the poor guy doesn't understand that she's just bold-faced lying.
But I probably spend more. Now you're doing something wrong. You're managing your money wrong.
Maybe. I could be. I do events like every other fucking month.
So do I.
Just barely you started, but you have triple my income a month.
Sponsors? I seen you doing that sponsor the other day.
Yeah, but again, those are based on viewership.
Shit.
It's fine. I'm not mad. I'm very comfortable. Like, I'm not pretending like I'm not comfortable. I'm incredibly comfortable, but I do love when you Google Cutie Cinderella net worth, it's like multi-millionaire. I'm like, okay. Thanks, guys.
Wait, how much is mine?
I hope everyone from high school is believing that.
How much is mine?
Less.
Right. Okay, so let me just explain the difference between being humble and being fucking annoying, right? So let's start with being humble. So this is the PewDiePie type humble where you don't really show off your wealth. You don't flaunt your wealth. You don't really bring it up that often. And the fact of the matter is, everybody knows you're rich, right? They have eyes, they have brains, they can see the view count on the videos, and they know you have 100 million subscribers, and they know you've been successful all these years, and they actually appreciate that you're not flaunting your wealth because it's not a part of your content. You don't really need to show it like that. But the other thing that comes with this is that he doesn't deny it. He never pretends that he's actually poor. He never pretends that he's not a multimillionaire because that would be dishonest. That is not humbleness. That is just dishonesty, right? And that is where we get to Cutie Cinderella's type of humble, where you're not actually being humble. You're being a bold-faced liar and a piece of shit, right? Because we all know, everybody knows that she's making bank, right? We all know she's with Jellywig as well, right? We know that she will never struggle a day in her life ever because she's in this extremely, extremely privileged position of being a streamer, which is borderline the best job in the world. And not only that, she's an streamer who just streams from her bedroom or, you know, is like a solo thing. She's part of this whole entire rich multi-millionaire streamer community, you know, going to all these rich houses, rich parties, always visiting Hassan's house as well, and, you know, organizing these events. She's the fucking leader there, right? She's the one coordinating all these events here, the host of the Oscars here, right? And with my limited creator experience, I can definitely tell you that she's earning like a millionaire. There's no doubt here. Now, if the excuse is, oh, I just toss my money in the trash every day and fucking incinerate it in a fire every day, which is why I'm relatable and nobody should call me a millionaire. That is the Mr. Beast excuse of, I'm actually in debt, guys. I'm actually as poor as you. No, you're richer than me type shit. Nobody's fucking buying that. That is annoying as hell. The fact of the matter is, even in the Mr. Beast situation, if he needed money, he could get it at any time. That is not the same as actually being in debt, having to, you know, pay student loans or for rent purposes or borrow money for medical bills or actual stressful situations. And she always seems to bring up these sort of streamer events where she's spending so much money, right? But the fact of the matter is nobody's forcing you to do this shit. We all know the only reason you're doing it is for self-serving reasons. It boosts your popularity, it boosts your connections in the long run, which eventually boosts your stream numbers and your income. This isn't a gracious act of service to other people. Oh, I'm bringing the streaming community together. You know, I'm pre-approving Hassan's dog shocking jokes, of course, right?
There were jokes in the monologue that you had about me and Kaya that I had, of course, said yes to ahead of time.
It's like, stop pretending you're some fucking gift to the world or something, all right? You're obviously doing it for selfish reasons. Anyway, so then they start talking about what they would do if they were billionaires. Of course, of course.
Y'all missed it. We were talking about if Cutie would give all her money away if she's a billionaire, and she said she wouldn't, because that is a lot of money.
Yeah, so that's a lot of money, and I would give my money. Like, I feel like I would never get to $1 billion, is what I was saying.
Yeah, I don't think $1 billion is a lot. Like,
Dude, what is wrong with this stupid GoPro today?
I think once you hit like 100 million, it's like, damn, like what now? Like, you can really get anything you want.
Yeah, I don't know. I literally, when I think about $1 billion, it's insane that anyone can get there. Like, it's actually fucking crazy. Like, that makes no sense.
Yeah, that is like totally different, of course. The billionaires, guys. Oh, those billionaires, they're so far away. Oh my God, we could never fathom, right? You do realize that regular people think about multimillionaires exactly that way, right? It is that far away for some people as well, which is why it's in poor taste to act like this. If a billionaire was out there saying that, oh, I'm relatable just like you, I just spend all my money, nobody's gonna fucking buy it, which is the exact reason why nobody buys it when you do it as well, because it's just relative, right? To a person who is barely making minimum wage and stuff like that, they are obviously gonna think of you as unreachable. A multimillionaire is unreachable. And what the hell is it with this hypothetical that these scumbags always do? Pokimane and their squad, they keep bringing up billionaires like, oh my God, bro, if I was a billionaire, like, I would totally give away all my money. Oh my God, like, if I had that much money, I'd totally give away it, right? Because that's so much money. Meanwhile, literal multimillionaires, right? They can technically give away 90% of their money, right? They can obviously get by on a regular income and give away 95% of their money, but they choose not to, because at the heart of it, they're selfish. They're human, okay? There's nothing wrong with that, right? You're allowed to live in luxury. Maybe you earned it, maybe you didn't, whatever. You have the money, you're allowed to keep it and stuff, but don't fucking virtue signal like this. Don't be like, oh yeah, I'm just like you. No, 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 no. You don't get to have it both ways. And I love how they always raise the bar. It's like when they're broke, it's like, oh yeah, I hate the millionaires. When they're millionaires, I hate the multimillionaires. When they're multimillionaires, it's the billionaires. I fucking hate the billionaires, bro. Anything that doesn't include me, basically. Who responded, I could show you my bank account. It just means I don't have $1 million liquid at the moment. It could be tied up in investments or assets. I'd be shocked if her net worth isn't over $1 million. Did somebody say shocked? Does she think you're only a millionaire if you're liquid? As if millionaires keep that much idle cash in a bank account? Her house alone is worth more than $1 million. She has multiple businesses all worth over $1 million. Okay, I don't know if this part is true or whatever, but just from like her Twitch success, that is my guess as well. Having 2 full-time employees while claiming you're broke is next level delusion. Well, I mean, you could be running a business at a loss, like hypothetically it is possible or whatever. Maybe you're such a good boss that you overpay your employees so much to the point where you yourself are broke and you really believe in your business and you're trying to make it work. That in that scenario, yes, it is a possibility. It's just not likely, and definitely not the case with QT. Similar to how Elon Musk is worth 800 billion, but he doesn't have 800 billion cash in the bank. No, he's broke. He's just like us, of course. Casual reminder to never give big streamers money. No. I mean, if you're a creator, you can toss a couple bucks. It happens all the time. Some people are, they genuinely do deserve it, even if they're super rich, because they will do something good with the money. Like, for example, Moist Critical or something, right? He was literally like, hey guys, you guys have given me so much. I'm turning off all donations. I'm turning off literally everything. I have enough, right? That's a guy who actually deserves everything he's got, Saying this while driving a 100K plus car, sure, bud. Hate is a strong word, and I think I hate this. My God, bro. Stop driving and streaming at the same time. Yeah, I mean, bro. She's friends with Extra Emily. She learns from the best, obviously. Right, anyway, so it appears Tectone responded.
All streamers are liars. Everyone's bullshitting you. I could literally, I'll prove it right now. 17,000, 19,000, 26,000, 29,000, 22,000. Averaging 5.8 to 7K streams for over 5 years. Cutie, not only are you lying about not being a millionaire, you are a multimillionaire. And the reason why this is because I have far less average viewers than you do, as well as your streamer awards events are heavily sponsored by mainstream appeal names like AT&T, and they pay a shit ton. AT&T paid me $25,000 to sponsor a streamer that averaged 2,000 viewers. When you can confirm them for a stream with over $160,000, you being paid $400,000 to $500,000 from just AT&T alone for that one event. Pull your head out of your ass. You are lying straight to your audience. You are full of shit. And if you cannot admit this, you are pathetic. All of this to far more subs, you are, oh no, fuck that, bro. Every streamer is such a fucking liar. This is demonstrably false. So she was sponsored. Oh, okay. So let's pull it up. Not only were the Streamer Awards sponsored by AT&T, they were also sponsored by Fansly, Spotify, Nitro, AT&T, and Twitch themselves. This is a not one, not two, not three, but a quintuple downing on sponsors over an event with a guaranteed minimum 200,000 views. This bitch is lying to her audience so blatantly, and it is ridiculous for anybody who thinks that this person is living a relatively, well, I guess a relative, normal, humble life. Fuck no. QT and Ludwig got hella money.
Right. I mean, listen, I'm not a streamer. I don't know how much streamers make, okay, to be honest, because I've been a YouTuber all my entire career, right? I've been a streamer for a little bit, but I never really took it seriously, right? I know they're freaking loaded, though. And people actually say that they make more than YouTubers, right? Especially if you're a really big streamer and have like that really big, consistent viewership. And, you know, Tectone would know about it as well, since he was literally smaller than her and probably knows that, oh, you're making a bunch of more money. And yeah, that was actually a lot of sponsors there. It's kind of hard to argue with that logic, but obviously her logic is that, you know, I make millions of dollars, but I spend it tomorrow, the next day, on fucking Hassan's shock collar or something like that. God knows, right? I don't know how you can spend millions of dollars for like 1 or 2 streamer events or whatever event you're putting on. Like if you're that financially incompetent, I just don't know what to say. Like at that point, you're just gonna end up homeless the second you stop streaming. But yeah, it's so dishonest. It's kind of like you build up to $10 million, you buy a $10 million home, and then right after that, you announce to the world, I'm broke, guys. Look, I have $0 in my bank account. Yeah, you just spent $10 million on a fucking house, douchebag. Like, you still got money. Like, come on.
Saying, oh my God, I just reinvest all of my money into my events. Okay, so you rent out a venue for 1 fucking day. Okay. You fly out some streamers for 1 fucking day. Oh, wow. $300 a ticket for a round trip. Wow. Renting out a venue. What is that? $10,000, $12,000? When you're making $250,000 to $500,000 deals and you're getting all the ad revenue and you're getting all the sub money. Jesus, bro. This is pathetic. Just when you think that streamers can't get any more pathetic, they level it up again. Dude, if this woman is not a multimillionaire right now, her and Ludwig are going to be homeless crack addicts on the street 2 years after retiring. No, this is unironically psychotic. Like, you're going to see so many of these streamers living in boxes once they're retired. Because if you can't make it and have this amount of financial success with all of the luxury that you've been given, I'm telling you, man, it's the same thing with people who join the NBA. They're in the NBA, they make multi-millions of dollars, they burn it all on fancy cars, and then they're fucking homeless the next 5 years. This is all these fake fucks do. Oh my God, if I was a billionaire, I would spend all my money to cure cancer and shit. Oh my God, bro. W-chat, bro. W-chat. Man, all my money, I would just give it to everybody else. Guys, can I please have a sub? Dude, this is so pathetic.
Yeah, so that is a possibility that, okay, she's just so stupid that she doesn't know how to handle money and she just spends everything, but I'm just not buying that. I remember like Asmongold was talking about her as well and how she was like extremely intelligent in navigating like the streaming community back in the day, how she used to blow up and, you know, create these dynamics on stream. And now she claims she has like social anxiety or something when she's literally hosting events and all this shit. Also, I feel like if you're self-aware enough to know your like spending habits and stuff, I feel like you would know to save, to keep extra. And, you know, as much as I would love to call Ludwig an idiot or something, he's not. He's a spineless loser, that's for sure. He's a jellyfish, but he's not an idiot. No, everybody knows Ludwig is a smart businessman. That is pure objective facts just from observing his career on the internet, right? And yeah, this is just pure copium in order to appeal to viewers. I don't know what the goal is here. Maybe farm more subs, or, you know, probably she just wants to be liked. She really seems like the ultimate people pleaser of like, oh my God, everybody should like me, which never ends well, right? I've lost more millions than you'll ever make, her boyfriend Ludwig. Yeah, that was like a viral clip Ludwig did as well.
Did your company get shut down? Did your company get shut down and you lost like how much?
I lost more millions than you'll ever make.
I'm not a millionaire because I spend it all. Markiplier is the true litmus test. Dude says he has too much money, doesn't deserve it, and spends it on passion projects. Then all these streamers claim they're a day away from poverty. So disgusting. He's the same streamer that called out Pokey. I kind of like this Jason guy. You shouldn't, because this guy goes to fucking Hassan Piker for advice. He's very much in this whole community. I feel like he's like an NPC who gets molded to like any side. And unfortunately, he's surrounded by QT, Pokimane, Hassan, and all these like horrible influences on him who are always like trying to lecture him, give him advice, guide him in certain directions or whatever. But yeah, I mean, he seems to maintain a decent head on his shoulders, at least for now. But I don't know, this guy's like also a fucking eho on the internet, so I don't know. Personally not a fan. But yeah, the content might be entertaining. Jason ain't gonna be invited to these collabs anymore. I can hear her screaming internally for him to shut up. Well, no, he will still be invited, considering they consider him to be like this little fucking baby toddler nephew. Like, QT is like his mom, essentially, figuratively, and Hassan is his dad. Like, that's kind of the dynamic they got going on. Anyone that lies about their wealth so they can be relatable to the average Joe when they're clearly rich deserves to be shamed. Okay, I'm not robbed. Okay, shamed, sure. Robbed, that's a bit crazy. That's crazy. Jason the Wayne says he wants to collab with Clavicular, but QT said he's not allowed to. What do you mean he's not allowed to? Are you his fucking mom or something? But yeah, I mean, that's probably decent advice. They both seem insane, but you allow him to collab with Hassan, so I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you there. Moving on to most pathetic Hassan orbiter, Caseytron. She's now beefing with Asmongold and trying to harass his agency and any creators related to the agency. Now, recap, after getting humiliated by H3 in the lawsuit and being forced to apologize to Asmongold for lying about his dead mother, she's been on a campaign to get revenge on him. So it all started here with this tweet. Asmongold flip-flopped on his war with Iran, and we already addressed this in the previous video. Asmon responded, this is again a Hassan fan account, complete bullshit. So Casey quote tweets, here is a list of all the brands and creators that are partnered with Asmongold's talent agency, Mythic Talent. Why they want to be represented by someone who cheers for deaths every day is beyond me. Should probably start asking them. And she's linked Mythic Talent.
But no, like what I find like the most disturbing now is like these people who are still affiliated with him. You know, it's like, why are there people still on his talent agency? Why does his talent agency have all these sponsors when every other day he's advocating for people to be murdered in the streets? Like every day he's literally advocating for some other minority group to be killed by the police. Why does Asmongold have a talent agency that has so many fucking people on it? And why is it sponsored by so many? Like, that's like the point that I'm at now. Like, who are the people that were seen pictured with Asmongold within the last 6 months? Have they answered for it?
Okay, first off, aren't you literally talking about Hassan advocating for people to be murdered in the streets? That is literally verbatim a Hassan Piker clip. Play it.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Dude, I mean, you have to be completely deranged to think like this, right? How do you not see that you're literally talking about Hassan Piker and not Asmongold? Dude, I swear to God, she needs to be sued again. Like, that's what I'm saying. These people never learn. Everybody was like, oh no, she's had enough, guys. She's crying. Oh my God, she's constantly crying and playing victim on stream. But look, don't take her house. Don't bankrupt her. Oh my God, let her go. And Ethan let her go. And look, she's back like a cockroach, bro. She might actually deserve to be bankrupted, bro. I mean, her and her incel boyfriend there. By the way, I will say sleeping with Caseytron does not count as sleeping with a woman, okay? That's an entirely different being. That should count as a negative. That's a -1 body count right there. Anyways, this argument is so dumb because she's trying to hunt down creators who are involved with Mythic Talent, right? Now, the thing about talent agencies is they're not partisan politics, right? They're just trying to make as much money as possible. For example, we got Night Media, who represents Asmongold and Hassan. They represent both people. So what the hell are you gonna do there? It's complete opposite ideologies, and that's how these talent agencies operate. They're just fucking looking to suck up as much money as humanly possible. They don't give a shit about politics or morals or anything like that. So then she realized that a bunch of creators on this list she actually likes. There's a lot of creators on this list that I love and I think they're great. That's why I think it's important that they speak out against the brand risk Asmongold. Being represented by a company whose main figurehead is an alt-right extremist, of course, is not good for business. Many of these creators are apolitical in practice, not talking about politics, yet they're associated with a man who's making extremely harmful political takes every day. Nobody's making that association except you. Being represented by Asmongold goes against their own business practices and standards. Asmon needs to step down from Mythic Talent, or people need to start leaving from other agencies that don't jeopardize his business image. You should become a real person. I am. That's why I don't allow myself to be represented by a guy who's friends with multiple predators and cheers for minorities to be killed. As much as that cockroach disgusts me, sharing a list of people and start witch hunting them isn't something I would do. When did I say witch hunt them? That's literally what you're implying here. Now, luckily for Caseytron, Mythic actually got into some controversy recently regarding some shady payments and accusations from creators. But here's a quick explanation of how these talent agencies work.
Mythic isn't a VTuber agency. They are a company that provides sponsorships to their talent roster. They also provide legal support if someone else tries to infringe on your IP. Mythic has helped me twice in that regard for making sure my IP was protected. I have nothing but good things to say about Mythic, honestly. And then she clarifies again to make this abundantly clear in the reply saying how it works. Become a Mythic talent. Get on a roster of other streamers. Gaming companies pick streamers on that roster and offer money to play a game/activity on stream. Mythic asks the talent if they want the sponsor, plan stream day, and fulfill sponsor requirement. Mythic gets a cut, and the streamer gets a bigger cut. Profit. It's that simple. It's not like Niji Sanji. It's not a traditional VTuber agency or a content creator organization. They are much more of a middleman getting sponsorships for these talents listed under Mythic, and they get a cut of that for their services. It's very straightforward. Okay, they're not some coherent unit all following under some umbrella where they have to have some standard or they're all on the same page as one another. They're there to work out opportunities for themselves.
Right, so it's just a standard sort of middleman situation. There's like thousands of these companies and they essentially all do the same thing. They take a cut and present you to sponsors, hopefully more than you could get yourself, and they handle the negotiations behind the scenes, right? Now, this is not a defense of Mythic. I have no personal experience with them. I don't know anything about them. Maybe they're completely innocent. Maybe they're scammers. God knows. And this is why Asmon didn't accept their apology after a settlement with Ethan. Mythic should definitely sue. All these idiots cheered while Charlie Kirk was murdered, now pearl clutching. Mythic has grounds for defamation considering it's actually affecting their business. Just sue these clowns. Well, maybe one more time, yeah. And this time, don't stop, okay? No matter how much they fucking cry and plead, they'll never learn. These people are born evil, like I feel like. I don't know. You'd think after the first defamation lawsuit, Casey Tron wouldn't immediately do the same thing again. Anyways, we got this. Mythic Talent. We have spoken with Asmongold and mutually agreed to part ways. Mythic represents creators from a wide range of backgrounds and perspectives, committed to fostering an environment grounded in respect and responsibilities. Remain focused on supporting our creators, continuing our mission to help them build sustainable long-term careers. I guess he was too controversial or something. Casey's obviously celebrating. She thinks that she actually had something to do with this. They knew my ass wasn't gonna let up, but in all seriousness, that man should not be representing anyone. Okay, let me just make it clear. Casey Tron had no fucking impact on this at all, okay? She is an absolute insect. I know she's fairly large, but you know, in terms of influence, she's an absolute insect. This had nothing to do with Casey Tron. This was a decision by Asmon that he was making personally. So Mythic also responded to that creator who was accusing them of like scamming or skimming funds. And they basically say that she was lying and they're factually incorrect, blah, blah, blah. And essentially they deny the accusations. So anyways, Asmon responded.
But I also don't want to be, I don't want to continuously make friends with people that are being like in the public eye, hyper scrutinized. There's like a ton of like drama and weird stuff. And I'm a very loyal person. I want to defend somebody. I want to, you know, give them the best benefit of the doubt. But at a certain point, like I view a lot of the friendships and relationships that I've had in streaming. I view them like, I mean, the truth is like, this is going to sound maybe bad. They're liabilities. They're massive liabilities. And I think that also this is a two-way street. I think that I'm a liability with people sometimes, right? Because like, you know, I have a big audience and a lot of people watch me. And I think that because of that, you're going to have a ton of people that are like really opinionated about things that I say, or, you know, they're angry that I did, you know, X or Y thing. But just in general, I've gotten myself to a position where I just don't want to be involved with anything and anyone involved with the streaming culture and streaming environment. Like, I'm not saying that I'll never do it, and I'm not saying that I hate all streamers, but I'm just making a generalized statement that I don't have any interest and any desire being friends with, collaborating with, dealing with, doing events with, going to events, going to parties, having anything to do with anybody in the streamer culture. That's really the way that I feel. It is. And again, like I've been around it a long time. I really have. And so to me, that's it. I mean, I'm totally out of it. Like whatever other people want to say or do, whether it's a company I was involved with, or, you know, a person I streamed with, that is totally their prerogative. And I don't know. I don't care. It's not relevant to me whatsoever. And I understand people might want to have like, you know, you might want to get mad. I don't have anything against anybody in Mythic. I'm not angry at anybody. I wish them the best of luck. I'm very happy for them. I'm proud of how well they've done. I have no ill will or anything towards this. I just simply want to move on to a new place in my life. I don't want this to still be in my life. I don't want to have any connection to this at all. And I just want to move on totally. And so that's the way I feel, right? That's really the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's fair because ever since a while back, people started hunting him down for being friends with Lakari or Tectone, or even hunting like Emiru down for being friends with him, right? There's a lot of collateral damage that's going on there. And I imagine it's a lot of stress to deal with for no reason. Like he doesn't need this extra money being affiliated with these agencies or all these other people as well. So I feel like that's the reason behind the parting, just sort of, you know, a mental health break sort of thing, just sort of clearing any other obligations because they're more trouble than they're actually worth. But yeah, this is not Casey Tron getting a W. This definitely seems like his own personal decision or whatever. And if you actually think this will stop Casey Tron from hunting down Mythic talent creators or hunting down anyone Asmon is associated with who associates with anyone else in some fucking long ass chain proxy war or whatever, yeah, no, it is never going to stop Casey Tron from being an annoying ass bitch. All right, this person is just a cancer to this world. She needs to be sued into the ground until she's absolutely bankrupt. Now, about the like stepping away from Mythic talent, I don't really know what it means because does he still own the company? Because that would change quite a bit, right? Like, I don't know who behind the scenes is still running the thing or whatever, right? So maybe he's like publicly stepping away, or is he transferring ownership? That would be an entirely different thing, right? But that's not going to stop Casey from ripping the word incel about 15 times in Celebration, right? Wait Next up immediately, we're about to read a Casey Tron tweet. Guess the amount of incels she's about to use. Put your guesses in the comments. The way the past 3 years, a bunch of insecure freak men and their incel ding 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 ding, that's one baby, audiences have been accusing Hassan and anybody in proximity to him of being terrorists because of a critique of Israel. Yes, of course. That's the reason people are calling him a terrorist. Not him saying 10 toes down. Yeah, totally. It makes sense. And now they're just gonna pretend they didn't do that. Oh, brother, she is insufferable, isn't she? They accuse Hassan of that because he's down with terrorism. Yeah, don't explain logic. Hassan glazed Hamas multiple times, sided with protecting terrorists who attack innocent tourists, had no opinion when stuff was going haywire in Iran. But by that he means, gunning down citizens. Pure responded, Aswin should sue Casey Tron to oblivion. Yeah, I mean the first lawsuit was actually Ethan, so this would be an entirely new thing. Or this would be Aswin's first time, right? Now click this video to be as broke as QT Cinderella, which is not very much, but okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Hey, Segovia, back with another one. Make sure you guys watch from start to finish. That really helps the channel grow. But with that being said, let's get into it. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Carbon dioxide was over 500 times stronger in the time of the T-Rex. Okay, in the Jurassic Age. That's why plants grew so fast, things were so big. There was a higher oxygen level. Just like Mars lost its atmosphere, used to have an ocean, they've now gone and proven. It lost its atmosphere, it's a smaller planet, couldn't hold it. Truth is, the Earth's losing its atmosphere. So what's crazy is we come right along at this time, pump up all of this juice and all this carbon that was produced on the surface with plants and animals that ran down in cracks into the Earth. We're now pumping out all that carbon saved from millions of years ago and actually terraforming the planet, putting more carbon dioxide in that we actually need.
I don't know if I can get fired for this, but we're about to raise the gas price 40 cents, and then tomorrow we're raising it 40 more cents. So yeah, like something's happening, and you should probably fill up your tank right now.
Because everybody's saying we're eating human meat. It's like, why? Why did I read that scripture? Because I'm trying to let y'all know there is a reason why. It's not like, oh, I guess because they just feel like doing it. They need more meat, so they put human meat in there. I'm like, it just sounds dumb. Like there has to be a reason why. And I feel like it's a curse they're putting on this.
Just like how the energies and frequencies and everything, if it really was chicken that's being lab created, that's low vibrational, that's negative energy. It's no way that could be positive energy coming from it.
Right.
Even when you think about GMOs, it's one phrase they always throw in people's faces, but now that everybody's starting to see, like, hold on, maybe this people they got people eating, or maybe this is lab-grown meat, clone meat. You are what you eat. They tell us that all the time.
They say you are what you eat. That's the exact thing. Like, why did they say that? Now, it was always weird when I was a kid. Like, what does that mean? You are what you eat.
Genetically modified. They're literally modifying people's genetics.
Yo Daddy made Yo Mama eat every box in Atlanta. 50 Cent did not come to play. His diss to T.I.'s whole family will be aired every Sunday to 10.5 million people. This will be the new theme song to his show Power. I might have to remind you that there are 10 episodes. Even people who don't know anything about this beef will be listening to this song and Shazam it just by listening to the show and say, oh, I like this song. You know Tony Yayo is somewhere eating smoked duck just giggling. King responded to this news by posting 50 Cent's baby mama with T.I. 50 Cent was laughing at this. You have to remember, 50 Cent will throw his family away and start a brand new family. Look at his old son. Look at his baby mama. He allegedly burned down her old house. He doesn't care. Yes, he's a sensitive guy, but he has a whole different outlook on family than you do. The world saw
AKA
how
a
King
snake.
was brought up in a loving family. He was crying on TV because he wanted to make his own name and he was being coddled. At the same age, 50 Cent was selling drugs on the street. They are different people, and King doesn't know what he's messing with. The worst part about it is the song sounds good. It is made for TV. It almost sounds inspirational.
Wait, so y'all mean to tell me the same dude that was with Mac Miller right before he died is the same dude who institutionalized Kanye West?
Money is the root to all evil, in my opinion. I've seen people who don't love money, but because of money, you need the money because we're enslaved in the system. You're enslaved to make money, and you will go to all means, desperate means, to put your morality on the side and spirituality on the side to get the money. That's not loving money. That's not the love of money. That's money. That's evil.
I'm picking my head up. The hell you mean put my head down? I'm seeing what's coming and what's going. I'm a grown-ass man. You know what I mean? I got my family here with me. Put my head down. So, what the heck you talking about? Definitely don't got no phone out. I'm on point. What's going on?
And it had me rethinking what George Carlin once said. I always quote it. Everyone always quotes it. It's a big club and you're not in it. That's right. I think we have to fix the quote. It's a little club and you're not in it.
Yep, yo, we're not in it. I'm trying to stay away from that topic.
Please stop eating that shit. Let me show y'all a little something, okay? Pay attention. Nuggets. Look at that. Look at that. That's what's in these nuggets. I know y'all like y'all's hot and spicy, but look at that.
Nothing is by accident. The only people that do shit by accident is us. I told somebody that, I said, yo, man, I said, man, why don't you write down this stuff and plan? He said, man, I don't got a plan. I can do it better. I said, listen, I'm going to say this. When you walk into these stores, you think they just start building shit? No, they had a plan. They knew exactly what they were going to do. But when the last time we planned? Never. Because planning is really going to the future, right? A lot of people don't know that, right? When I go to the future, I see what I was. I see what happened. And I remember and I write it down. Then I just duplicate, right? Because I already did. Planning is just simply going to the future and bringing back information. Because time travel, you do through your mind.
Yo, donating plasma has to be a government psyop. You know, they have tricked us, especially people in the black community, into donating plasma. Do you know what plasma is? Plasma is neutrophils and lymphocytes. Lymphocytes are a product of the lymph system, lymph nodes, and the lymphatic system, which is your immune system. So every time you donate plasma, you're giving up thousands of white blood cells, which are your immune cells that help keep you healthy and help prevent disease in the body. And these companies know this. So what they do is they take a pint of your blood, they put it in that machine, and it takes all of the plasma, all of those lymphocytes, all of those immune cells, and puts your empty blood back into your body, into your veins. Think about the damage that it's doing to your body, right? Think about the damage that it's doing to your intracellular processes, your extracellular processes. Think about what it's doing to your mitochondria. This is just a note because I know most people don't know, so I get it. If you're in a tight spot financially wise, you have to do it. You gotta do what you gotta do, but at least you know what's going on and what's happening. Because donating your plasma isn't like donating your blood. You're donating blood, fine. You're taking a pint away, but that pint of blood can get replenished. You're donating plasma and they're repopulating your body with that empty blood, so to speak. So just a food for thought.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, anytime, I've never done that, but anytime they're going to pay you, we're going to give you money, right? That's how they get people that like kind of like desperate, you know, that need money, that go and do that. Like, we're going to pay you for that, right? They don't pay us to donate blood when we go donate blood on these vans. Not saying I do, but people that do, or, you know, whatever. They don't pay us when we got to give blood work to get a test. Like, they don't pay us to take, they pay us to take that. So it's obviously something of value that they really need that affects us, leaving our body. You know what I mean? Like, so.
I can do an autopsy.
Oh my God. Wow, that's amazing.
I can.
No.
Yeah, I can. Yes, if I needed to, I could do the autopsy. I can remove all the organs. I can name them all. You actually asked me. They said, would you be willing to do one on the show? I went,
what are you talking about? I would never in your life ask.
Oh, they did. They asked.
To do an
I said,
autopsy?
Someone who isn't a qualified surgeon, you sound very confident, almost like you've done it before. You have no medical experience whatsoever. Your dad was a clinical psychologist though, but we wouldn't want to talk about him and the allegations made about him, would we? Yeah, we'll keep that hush. We won't say anything about that. I really wouldn't want my audience to go down that rabbit hole and look it up, or type in the name Fiona, last name Barnett, and maybe have a little look into some very disturbing accusations. This is all a bit strange to me, so everyone, back to sleep. Forget everything I just said.
How much do you think a substitute teacher makes a day?
Oh, geez. Let's see, like per day?
Like for a whole day?
I'm gonna ballpark and say 300 to 500. Hopefully.
Pretty good, right?
A day. Is it less than that? $50 a day? Is it 50 a day?
It's not only so. If you're not like a licensed teacher in
if you're
our
one
county,
if you're one of the long term,
if you're not a licensed teacher,
it's hourly. It's just hourly.
You get like $60 to $80 a day, and part of it comes out of the teacher's paycheck.
The teacher who they're subbing for.
Yeah.
Damn, that's cold blooded.
Wow.
Yeah,
60
it's like
to 80 a day.
Yeah.
So it's $10 an hour for an 8-hour school day.
Yeah.
That's like an average non-union acting job. $200 of the day.
$300. Wow,
80.
that was refreshing.
Yikes.
No wonder they just come in and throw a movie on for the day and go sit down. I would do the same damn thing, getting paid $60. I ain't doing nothing. We're watching Magic School Bus all day. Y'all kick your feet up.
The fish image on this, it actually means it feeds straight to the ocean or water body.
He was one of my most controversial podcast guests. People did not like him.
Wow.
He pushes a narrative in defiance of all the evidence that has been sort of uncovered by all these other people. Like, nobody knows how they built the pyramids. And he's like, they built it because it was a national project. I was like, come on, bro. Like, that's a
Right.
fun thing to say, but that doesn't tell me how they got all those rocks there. Tell
Right.
me how they got 2,300,000 stones that weigh between 2 and like 80 tons. And they
Right.
moved them through the mountains, some of them 500 miles away. Like, tell me how they did that. Tell me how they aligned it to true north, south, east, and west 4,500 plus years ago. And it's more likely plus than minus.
I'm so sorry. I just really need someone to explain this to me because I am really confused. We had podcasts, and then podcasts became video podcasts, and now video podcasts are on streaming services. Isn't that just a talk show?
So I just saw a video of this girl talking about she had no idea how dry cleaning got done, and she looked it up and she was blown away. So I went to look it up and I was blown away. This entire time I thought dry cleaning was just a fancy word for somebody taking your clothes and doing what you do, but they're doing it for you. They throw it in the washer and dryer, they fold it, and you go pick that shit up. I saw the video and I'm like, bitch, what the I am 32 years old and I'm just now finding out what dry cleaning is.
Did you guys hear what was just announced with BlackRock yesterday? And this is making many people wonder if we're in black swan territory. If you don't know what a black swan is, it's basically when a financial event happens that tanks the market's unfathomable amounts in like seconds. So for the first time in history, BlackRock is halting withdrawals. $26 billion is blocked. And you may be thinking like, to hell with BlackRock, like good, let them go down. But here's the problem. Yes, BlackRock is, they're taking over everything. But if they crash, so does your local gas station. So does all the companies they own, which is like our world right now. People want to cash out of BlackRock, but they said no. System is cracking, panic is spreading, and liquidity is gone. So investors wanted 9.3% of their money back, and BlackRock fully said no, which entails like they don't have it, or something else is going on. I'm sure this is like a controlled burn, part of the new financial system they want to implement, right? Basically, the private credit market is in the tubes right now. But with rising oil, war in the Middle East, AI shaking things up, more and more layoffs because of AI, and rate cuts are off the table. And then one of the world's biggest funds says you can't get your money back. This is a massive red flag. And I'm sure none of it is a coincidence either.
You actually just passed his daughter's house right here?
Yeah.
She lives up there with her son.
Okay, so can we follow y'all?
So that's Rob's house, and then the KKK is right there.
Wait, we're gonna get out and ask you. Yeah, we just ran into these girls. What's your name?
Haley.
Haley and? Haley and Kaylee?
Yeah.
So that's Tom Rob's house.
Yes.
And who is he again?
He's the Ku Klux Klan leader.
He's the Ku Klux, he's the KKK leader? Yeah. And what's over there?
That's the church. That's the church and all the houses.
Really?
Yeah.
So who stays on that side? The KKK?
They just have a church that is like open.
Mm-hmm. But that's where the KKK is? Yeah.
There's a sign down there, and it says the Catholic Church, and then you go up in there.
But how do you know the KKK is over there?
Because their church is over there. Yeah, it's the like.
Locals, you just know.
Church.
It's the KKK church?
Yeah.
So that's Tom Rob's house.
Yeah, he lives up there.
He just
I've met
comes.
him before.
Really? Really? Is he nice?
Yeah. He has an accent.
Can you tell the viewers what that place is?
That right there is the Ku Klux Klan. Their whole like thing goes on. Yeah, their community.
That's their community.
Yeah, there's like little places. I go there too because he's home.
He's home?
Yeah, he's home.
How do you know?
He has a Jeep.
Can y'all please come with us? Please, just like for 30 seconds.
I really gotta go.
Okay. So, but we're safe though, right?
Yeah, he's not gonna hurt you. They're an active like clan, but they're not like that active. They're just promoting white people.
Just promoting white people, she said. I love some giants on mountains, y'all. I look for them all the time. I go out there. That's a damn giant. Putting on a sweater. Giants get cold too.
Bueno, para que vean la dimensión, miren, aquí.
That mountain's, that mountain's far away.
Son las casas. Y si así es la distancia normal, así, ¿cómo se vería hasta allá?
Aquí sí, porque ella le acerca la pantalla, ven.
That's crazy.
Hoy ya está caminando para arriba, córrale.
No, ya se va a ir.
Hoy.
Mira el puntito.
Aquí va. Ya se fue para allá atrás, aquí se ve.
Y ya se fue.
Ya se bajó. A ver si se vuelve a... Sí, como que se mete hacia atrás.
Sí.
So I just found out that Waymos are driven by people in the Philippines, and I can't get over it. Obviously, we know that Waymos are self-automated, but when a Waymo is in a situation where they don't know what to do, basically their controls are sent to people in the Philippines that navigate them out of those sticky situations. I can't help but picture people out there being like, all right, I'm gonna make some money. I'm gonna play Waymo now. It's like GTA, but instead of the regular characters, it's just tech bros in SF. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
I genuinely can't even wrap my mind around being so greedy for money. Like, people for money. Huh? People scam. People go to such far lengths for money. People marry for money. Is that still a thing? Oh my gosh. I could never like money that much. I like food. If I have enough money to buy me some food, and water for the day, I'm so happy. I'm good. I literally don't need anything else. I have my legs, I have my arms. I will never understand that people take away lives for money. People build like really super greedy corporations. What do you even do with all that money at that point? I don't know. I don't get it.
I mean, everything that's going on right now is due to money. At the end of the day, the root is money. But I've seen people, man, over not a lot of money, like, you know, just a simple Super Bowl party, you know, $1 a cup, you know, passing the cup around until somebody scores or something, like wanting that. It's only like $5, y'all, like fiending for it. You know what I mean? Not like wanting to win just to win, but like fucking wanting it. Like I need that. You know what I mean? And yeah, I don't know. Touchy subject, y'all. Touchy subject.
If your phone starts glitching while you're scrolling through TikTok, but it doesn't glitch on any other social media, or you notice your Wi-Fi is going up and down, up and down, up and down when you're on TikTok, but it's not doing that when you're on other platforms, close your phone, babes. You've been spotted. Close your phone now.
I don't even think celebrities are going to exist in 5 years, truly, because the consciousness is going to reach a certain level to the point where people are not going to worship other people. Because once you reach that level of consciousness, you understand everyone is the same and we are all one consciousness. And people with those talents and skills, it's just going to be a reflection of their soul. At the end of the day, it's going to be their soul bringing to light what God gifted them at the beginning of this entire lifetime. So it's not going to be, extreme fame. It's not going to be a thing. And especially the celebrities with no real talent, where it's not their God-given gift. The Kardashians, they're just going to be a bunch of bums on the street because all their money is going to go away. They're going to lose all of their fucking influence, and it's going to be chefs.
I don't know how celebrities exist now. I don't know how people are still listening to the music, watching the movies, watching the shows, and watching E! News and the Kardashians. Once again, y'all, let's see what the people say. Am I the crazy one for not watching these celebrities? Are we the crazy ones? Or is this just happening now? Am I not the only one? We got somebody say, I don't care about celebrities anymore. I agree with that. I struggle to listen to music these days. I don't know if it's just I'm getting, I don't want to say older, getting wiser, that I just don't listen to music very often, y'all. I just got speakers in my vehicle because the speakers were blown out when I bought it. So I've been listening to music or whatever on my phone, y'all. When I'm driving like to the store or whatever, I just put a YouTube video on, right? I watch an interview or something. I don't even listen to music no more. I never cared. I see myself as a celebrity of my own life. Okay. Zero interest in celebrities, and I only care about the pre-2000 versions of things. Somebody said Taylor S. Oof, guessing the Swifties. What about influencers? I think these are the new. Am I an influencer? I don't see myself as an influencer. I see these people that are getting millions and millions of views and are sitting in rooms and are on TVs with celebrities and all that. I see those as influencers, but what about influencers? I can't remember any moment in my life I ever worshipped a celebrity. I've had fleeting crushes on some of them, but never worshipped. That's a form of worship. You got a crush on them. If you saw that dude or that woman, let's just say you're a woman, right? Let's say you're a 23-year-old single woman and your crush, your dream crush, your man walks by and he says, hey, you want to go have dinner with me? Maybe go to the hotel room later. You're going to go. You put celebrities on an altar, y'all. Like, so you do worship in a way. I have met celebrities throughout my life since I work in the service industry, catering high profile events, and I just treated them like the regular people they are. I never understood the hype. I guess it's different when you actually meet an actor you actually like. That goes down to like, remember when we were young and we were playing outside and the cool guy would pull up in the car and everybody would rush to the car and like put their hand in there and talk with them, y'all. Like, I don't know if I was just a loser and I just didn't fit in with that, but I was never that one to like run up to the car and, go ride his nuts, I guess you can say, right? I was never that type of dude. I was always, maybe because I was shy and I just didn't fit in like that when I was growing up. Maybe that could be it.
Kiss to witness. Who else has no talent that's just going to go straight to the shitter?
We got to be fools. Nobody in the history of this planet ever got liberated through entertainers or athletes. We the only people that sit around and thinking athletes is a bunch of shit, man. You look at football and what do I see? Slaves all over again. In the field with the football and place the cotton and the white boy sitting on the bench trying to look intelligent. When America wants you to go to war, you ain't going blowing no horn. Hollywood ain't liberated us. We ain't got the right because of Hollywood. Did you see the movie Selma? You see when the church got blowed up? That was in Birmingham. It didn't happen in Selma. I'm a soldier. You ain't just talking to some god punk in the street. I said it ain't about entertainment. And I'd be insulted if a bunch of together and try to liberate my through jokes and comedy. It's never happened. So why we think it's gonna happen?
I've heard lots of different things that could be the mark of the beast. The first one being the COVID shot. The next one I've always heard is digital currency. Another one could be Neuralink.
The mark of the beast is going to be something in our bodies that will give us access to these particular things.
Like Neuralink.
It would be something similar to that, or it could just be something like an RFID chip that can scan it. They know who you are, and they know that you can have access to the food and things of that sort. Fathers of the church say that you're not going to be able to get that chip without some type of renunciation of Christ.
I've always heard about the golden calf. How does that play into the end?
The difficulty with the golden calf in the Old Testament is that they basically created a god of their own making. And so this is the same type of thing that you're going to see in relationship to the Antichrist. He's going to be perfectly possessed by Satan. We'll be dealing with somebody who will be endowed with Satan's intelligence. And as a result of that, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult intellectually to combat this guy without specific graces from God.
Gaddafi wanted that.
Oh,
Gaddafi wanted,
in Lumumba, and
he was going to give free healthcare, free education. We're going to get gold, have our own money. And then the U.S. was like, oh, no. Hillary and all them was like, oh, hell no. We can't have that. Africa come together because Africa is feeding everybody.
Yeah.
Period. And they made it look like, you know.
Yeah, right now it's
Africa-
China.
Yeah,
China's coming in, like they're putting in a lot of, in Nigeria.
They're in
Yes, they're coming in. What are the, I don't know the specifics of what China's doing.
It was infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
They were doing
What's the
infrastructure.
trade-off though?
That's always the big one.
Yeah, so what's the trade-off? Like, I don't think you come into Africa, or you come into any place and in Africa and go, oh yeah, I'm going to go build your
But
infrastructure.
you're not going to recolonize. They're not,
in my country.
I'm guessing like we're gonna build your infrastructure, roads, bridges, whatever, sewage, whatever. We want land. You know, we want the land. I'm guessing.
Taking over the mines.
You said taking over the mines?
The mines, the diamond and all of that stuff. That's what they take over, and then in return, they build you a nice,
hotel and roads.
Parliament, whatever.
Anyway, like, come on, man. It's a leadership. It's the African leadership, man.
Yeah.
Even in Nigeria, there's MAGA, Nigerian President MAGA.
Oh yeah. I heard about this.
Was it Make Africa Great Again?
Dude, no, MAGA. He's Trump supporter.
There's this though. There's this.
What's up?
Christianity.
Yes.
Right? I speak to my grandmother, right? My grandmother's like, oh man, that guy is, bringing back Christianity into America. Wow. That disconnection?
Oh my God.
That's Christianity. Most Africans love Trump. You'll be so surprised. They love it because he's speaking their language, which is Christianity.
And he doesn't even realize nationalism.
They don't realize what's happening.
I will say though too, like I would say, for the most part, there is a conservative value that the continent of Africa.
Yes.
There's a lot of conservative, because I know, like, for the most part, like I would think, like, the way I grew up in the Nigerian culture is very conservative.
Yeah.
In respect. There's so many different things. But I think so many people have taken conservative and automatically lined it up with like the Republican Party.
Oh, definitely.
And there's just a lot of values when it comes to spirituality, when it comes to, being resourceful, not wasting, being diligent with your money, all those types of things that are considered conservative values. I think those are the things that I think Africans connect with, with those 100%. Things. But then it's been turned and flipped into political things.
100%. It takes you traveling around
no
and
doubt.
learning stuff. Whenever I go back to my village, I realize, oh my God, I've been learning so much. My conversation with some of my friends is totally different now.
Yeah.
I'm realizing I'm like, oh, you don't know this actually, because I've been to that country. I know what they do there.
Right.
And
that's you can see the misinformation.
Exactly.
That's going back.
Dude,
I would think
West
the biggest
Virginia,
a lot of that going on
my
right
God,
now.
they don't advertise West Virginia on TV.
Yeah.
I didn't know that kind of America existed.
Yeah.
I was shocked, bro.
There's a very famous song by John Denver. West Virginia, mama, take me home.
So last few. That's a different one right there.
West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home.
What was your most shocking case this week?
The shocking case this week was a 27-year-old male who came in with change in bowel habits. His poops went from normal to like stringy, and he was previously worked up and diagnosis with some kind of colitis. But ultimately, when we did a colonoscopy, went further, took biopsies, it turns out he had colon cancer. 27, no family history. That's what really makes me pucker up too. So I've had to, but if you have any symptoms, it's really important to get checked out early so we can get to the bottom of it. No pun intended.
Now, I know with that, I want to get checked because it runs in my family, right? And I tried once and the doctor said, you're too young. And then I did it again with another one and he gave me like the stool sample, but I guess they can do blood now. I didn't want to get a glove and go in my toilet and do all that. I should, right? It's a responsible thing to do. Next time, I see a doctor, I want to bring it up, but I believe they can do blood and find it. I know that's how they found it on my dad. They found it with blood and they caught it quick. It wasn't colon though. It was prostate cancer, and they caught it early and just did the surgery and he's good now. But I know all that stuff runs in my family, and I know my past with eating and all this processed stuff in the past. And I always said when I was doing this, like, I'm gonna pay for this one day because I go overboard with it.
How often do people come into the ER with something put up their butt? Dude, I would say, but I've seen at least once a month, maybe something like that. Dude, I work night shift. Okay, so
It's funny because a lot of times when they do, they come in at like 6 a.m. because they're over here hoping that would have come out on its own the night before.
Okay.
But yeah, like we've had, I'll show you some pictures.
You got pictures?
Yeah.
I want to see these.
Like X-ray images.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You got bowling balls. You got, which is
Damn,
amazing.
bowling balls?
What?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll show you a picture. You got bowling balls. We had like a lamp, like a little lamp one time, which was mind-blowing because it's a lamp, like a ceramic lamp up this dude's ass. He's mag lights. I've seen mag lights, those police flashlights. Yeah. And it's crazy, dude, because some of these people, like, they're professionals.
Professional what?
They like work as like city councilmen, like, you know, for
just mainly
always
dudes?
them, y'all. It's
Dudes.
always them.
All dudes?
all dudes. Sometimes with the guys, dude, we have to like literally like just legs over your shoulder as a doctor's like in there trying to like freaking fish it out. And
What do you mean you're doing this hand gesture like you're in there with your hand?
the doctor is trying to get in there with their hand, like the gloved hand, trying to like get in there to pull it out. And then if they can't then they go to surgery and they like
How do you
tear
remove
that
a
ass out.
bowling ball from someone's ass?
That guy had to go to surgery, dude.
Does it come out their stomach or do they go through their...
I think it's I don't know.
Yeah, how big of a
It's
bowling ball?
dude. Like, yeah,
Like a normal bowling ball?
I would think so. I'll show you the X-ray, dude. It's
Okay.
it's crazy. I don't know. And you get funny shit, dude. Like, it's never a dull moment, man.
Using a microscope on ramen noodles has gone viral because of what he finds in the ramen noodles. So he puts it down on his microscope so we can take a deeper look. And what it looks like we have right here are little mites. All right? These are nasty little buggers, and they're all over the
Crazy.
place. Now, people are torn between two sides. One side is ramen noodles are absolutely delicious, and the other side being this video has ruined my love for ramen noodles. Now, you're probably thinking
Everything.
that when you boil the noodles, it kills the mites. That all depends on the mites that are in your noodles. Though boiling water is an effective method for killing any microorganisms, including bacteria and some parasites, the effectiveness of boiling and killing mites depends on the specific type of mite and its stage of life, and the duration exposed to the heat. Some mites are pretty resilient to high temperatures, including boiling water. You could check this guy's profile out. He goes by MicroZoom Guy. It's going to open your eyes to the world of microorganisms. Some of you may not like what you find.
Let's do a little deeper dive, y'all. Let's go on Google and let's see what the ingredients are for Top Ramen, right? And then let's see what of those ingredients are actually harmful to the human body. Let's see what Google says. Okay, now here we go. We got the noodle cake. That's what they call it, the noodle cake. This is it. See how they split it up? See, salt, chicken fat, cooked chicken, yeast extract. Okay, look, it goes like that. That's it. See, the average person, when they're doing research, this is it. They stop here. It looks pretty good, right? Some vegetable oil, sodium, salt, sugar, corn, wheat, right? Some familiar things, spices, chicken fat, yeast, right? Some familiar words that don't pop out scary, right? See, with these type of search engines, you really have to get on top. Give me all the ingredients in order. Look what it turns into. That yeast extract turned into autolyzed yeast, citric acid. I can't even pronounce this stuff. Look at all this stuff. See what that little thing turned into? This is why you have to do your research, y'all. And I need to get better at doing some research for you guys, right? I don't sometimes have time, but I need to switch it up. And I make a little bit of time for certain things. But look at all this, y'all. Look at all this. That's all in one little pack of Top Ramen, right? And then I asked, what of those ingredients are harmful to humans? Now it's saying in the word harmful in nutrition, it usually means quantity, not over, if you eat a lot of it, then you can start running into problems. But if you just eat a little bit, you're okay, right? TBHQ. This is synthetic antioxidant used to extend shelf life and prevent the oils. Okay. The concern, in extremely high doses, lab studies have linked it to DNA damage and vision issues. Go walk down the street. Look how many people are wearing glasses. How many people back in the day wore glasses? Ask your grandma. Did anybody in their past wear glasses? Did kids wear glasses back in her day? I doubt it. Y'all. I highly doubt it. DNA damage to your DNA. The amount in a single pack of ramen is very low. However, because it's synthetic preservative found in many processed snacks, it can build up if your diet is high in ultra-processed foods. Palm oil, noodles are flash fried in palm oil to make them instant. High in saturated fat, single block of ramen contains about 7 grams. Intake saturated increase in LDL, bad cholesterol, heart health. Excess sodiums, that's more than half of your daily sodium, 1,600 milligrams, 70% of total recommendation, right? And some people eat that. You hear college people all day say, I ate ramen noodles my whole time in college because I was broke paying for things, right? So this is why you got to do your research. And don't only do your research on the research, because if you just do your research, it's going to give you the bare minimum. But if you say, no, give me the exact list, see how much that turned into? And some of these things mess with your DNA.
Approached me and said that she was representing an agency that she loved, and if I ever considered modeling. So one night I went out to dinner with them, and here's acquaintance, and all of a sudden I was his dinner date. And I was really uncomfortable with this. And then I started getting phone calls and messages being like, well, you need to come to Saudi Arabia with us. He wants to make you his wife. But were you sold? Yeah.
So this is a clip from America's Next Top Model. The contestant speaking is Annalee Tipton, who later went on to become an actress. She explained that she was approached by another woman, offered help, offered opportunity. What story does that line up with? And then invited to a private dinner with a prince. And only later does she then realise that she's being sold. And what I found strange wasn't just the story, it was how the story landed in the room. Because Tyra Banks barely reacts, no questions or follow-ups, just moves straight on. And I don't know whether that's just her persona. Let me know your thoughts and comments down below.
She knows the game. She already knew.
Sometimes
that
you forget how bad a place is until you go back. St. Louis has so many guns that is absolutely ridiculous. Every teenager that's riding around has something crazy on them. I'm not just talking like a little 6-shooter. I'm talking about fully automatic Dracos, Glocks, the craziest stuff you can find. These guys have in artillery.
You think? I mean, where are they getting all these? You know, where are we getting? We've seen in the past videos, you know, that back in the like early 90s, late 80s, like in South Central LA, they're doing it in Chicago and New York, like at the train tracks, right? They would just, you know, wake up one day, kids out playing, throwing rocks and whatnot, and, you know, doing what kids used to do back in the 80s and 90s outside and exploring. And they would find pallets full of, you know, things like that, right? And that's how the streets got all these automatics and all these foreign, you know, freaking crazy 30-round clips and all that. That's how they got it in the streets, y'all. It was put there by the powers that be.
Vegas, they got this fridge full of tasty snacks and drinks, you know, help yourself kind of vibe. And they don't got prices on anything, so you would think, oh, it's just water. It can't be too bad. This is $25, $12, $12, $12, $12, $90, $20, $25 more dollars, $25 more dollars.
See, like, why is it that the ones that get it and get to, you know, millions and millions, they're impulsive gamblers, drug addicts, steroid heads, just blow money on water bottles. Like, whenever I would go to Vegas, y'all, I would take like 2 40-packs of my own water, right? That's what normal people do. Whenever I go on vacation, I take my own water. That's what normal people do. Like, why do the powers that be let these people be our influence? Why are these people, where's the people that are like, you know, the ones that are saying don't buy this stuff, right? This stuff is, bring your own stuff. Where are those people? Those people don't get to that level of influence. It's always these people, the ones that go and gamble and throw $2 million on blackjack and lose it, right? And then the next day they're buying another streamer a $5 million Rolex, right? Where are the ones that, like, I guess they just don't let them be. They don't want that. They want this. Is this what the people want? You know, do people like this? They see that and they like it, and they're getting, are these views that these people are getting, like, are they not legit? I don't know, y'all, but like it seems like the ones that always get to the top are the ones that have a big crash and then 5 years later they're broke when they were making all those millions.
$25 more dollars. The whole budget has been spent on fucking water this trip. I spent more on water than I did on my plane ticket here. $25 more dollars.
You know what I mean?
$25 more dollars.
In 8 days, you went from, you took your husband from, he's going to be on medication for the rest of his life.
Yes.
To not needing the medication at all.
April 17th was his last day taking medication.
And he has not taken the medication?
Has not touched it.
How did you do this, right? How did you heal him?
With God's food. Literally.
In 8 days.
That's how quickly. See, we discount the power of God's food. 3 principles. Eat the food God called food. Eat it as close to his original state as possible. So an example, like eat the orange versus drinking the orange juice. Eat God's whole food. Like eat the whole cauliflower versus the cauliflower rice. Okay?
Right.
The broccoli shouldn't be mushy. Okay? The cabbage shouldn't be mushy. Collard greens shouldn't be mushy. Right? There's no nutritional value when it's like that. So eat it as close to his original state as possible. Yeah. As close to his original state as add a little crunch to it, right? Carrots shouldn't be mushy, right? That's where the nutrients are, right? And then the third principle is do not allow any food to become your God, which means no addictions. So that's where the sugar comes in. The sugar, the salt, the chocolate, the chips, like all this, these addictions, right? Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food.
They really are addictions, y'all. They're addictions. Like I found a clip yesterday. It wouldn't let me download it. I was going to put it on tomorrow's video. I forgot who it was. It was a rapper, but I think I forgot. I want to say it was somebody from, I don't remember anyways, but he said, you know, quitting sugar was harder than quitting, you know, the white sugar that celebrities do, right? I got talking code over here nowadays, right? But he said quitting sugar was harder than that. Like he said, with that, you know, I get tired, I get a headache and, you know, whatever, like that's easy to give up. But giving up the sugar, that was the hardest thing I ever had to give up. And it's true, y'all, we're addicted to it.
I had to get the right
to start another business. I asked Vivendi to give me $100 million to Interscope to start businesses with the artists inside Interscope. They didn't want to do it. So I said, my contract was up. And I said, I'm not going to be the guy to sell the last CD. I got no interest in this. I'm going to do something else. They had started Napster. I said, this is toast. Because I understand the market. I understand why the audience would say, I'd much rather be doing my homework and not have to ask my mother to take me to a record store. Okay, that simple impulse, and it's free.
As long as humans have been alive, the land around a home was used to grow food. All of a sudden, manicured grass, which we call lawns, have become a display of wealth. A lawn has essentially become a way of saying, I'm so wealthy I can waste my productive land on decoration. The first push mower in 1870 transformed what had been a luxury into an expectation that every homeowner should maintain a true grass yard. This has made us overlook the real flexes, like having a garden bed, or raising animals, like having a chicken coop in your backyard that produces eggs, fruit trees, beehives. We should be self-producing as much of our own food as possible, and then buying the rest from small local farmers, only then filling in the rest with the grocery store.
A video,
like it's coming full circle, right? Like it always does. Like it's all like what goes around comes around. Like people are starting to want to go off grid. They're wanting to get away from this craziness. They're wanting to, people are starting to grow, plant more fruit trees in their backyard instead of just a regular tree. People like it's starting to come full circle where people are starting to do that. I know last year I had a little garden in the backyard. We had jalapeno, cilantro, lettuce, a whole bunch of different peppers and stuff like that. We didn't continue it this year because my girl got pregnant again, and we're gonna have another one, but we'll probably bring it back once they're a little older, start gardening, because it was fun. And we had a lot of peppers, y'all. We cooked a lot with those peppers.
Dude, water has an incredible way of always finding and seeking level. It doesn't matter what kind of container you put it in, that's just what it does. And another thing is that water will never flow uphill, okay? A river doesn't flow upstream. So with this being said, let's think about the fact that the Amazon River is over 4,000 miles long. And let's just be generous and say it stretches over 1/7 of the planet's circumference. Well, that means it has to go over thousands of miles of curvature. So in the center of the Amazon River, since it would be going over the curvature of the Earth, wouldn't it be flowing in two separate directions? No, it's not. The water's flowing from the Andes Mountains out through Brazil into the ocean, and that's just what it does. So is it gravity that's magically causing water to flow upstream? Or are we being fooled, guys? Because if you just pay attention to your five senses, you can go out to any body of water and see that it remains level. It always finds and seeks level. And if you think that ships actually disappear below the curvature, just grab a pair of binoculars or a camera and actually verify it for yourself, and you can make ships reappear that disappeared below the curvature. Your eyes can only see so far. The cameras or the binoculars help you see further. It's very, very simple. But since you don't want to verify what you've been given, you're just going to be blind for the rest of your life. But I made this video for entertainment purposes only.
Are you sure it was John Trump who received Tesla's effects?
Yes. That's documented. What's
actually?
Yes. But what's,
for a country of hundreds of millions of people, we have these weird coincidences a lot.
Isn't it strange? And the same families show up over and over. It's probably not the episode to get into the Bush family, but boy, I'd love to one day. Won't do an episode on them. I don't talk about the Bushes or the Clintons on my show, or Mossad.
I think you're a wise man.
So the box is very
wild. I've talked to Trump about his uncle like 20 times. He's very proud of his uncle.
The last point on that.
Yeah.
20 boxes are missing, and we don't know where they are. That's the last point on that. We don't know where the boxes are.
But you're sure it was the same John Trump that the president talks about as a long-tenured MIT professor? I mean, he talks about him all the time.
He brags about him.
All the time.
Yes. And he was connected to military intelligence.
Huh?
Yeah, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the home of Project Blue Book, UFO research.
And look at that. I a long time ago, I saw, I don't know if it was on the news or what, and it hit me like, these people aren't organic. They're plants, right? I saw Bruno Mars. He was a little kid, and he was hanging out with Prince. And right there, when I saw that, I was like, all these people on TV, they're all connected. Like, what are the chances? What are the chances? This little one is in Prince's backyard, right? They're connected, and then he turns into this. Like, what are the chances of that?
Walking into my room, and if I see that he's got a belly sticking out, I already know he's probably got insulin resistance because all the fat is in here. Because the fat that's in the stomach, sideways, he looks terrible. From the back, he looks great. His waist is increased. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have all the fat everywhere else in his body. That's the phenotype of somebody who has hyperinsulinemia. That same person goes on a cruise, he'll come back 5 to 10 pounds more because he's got so much insulin in his body. Insulin is a storage molecule, puts everything away. and it's very hard for him to lose weight.
Now I can already see the comments of people saying, well, you never answered how can you lower it, right? Well, I'm guessing high insulin comes from the food we're eating. 99% of all our problems is food-based. Let's see what the comments say. Awesome. So what's your thoughts on correcting insulin resistance? That's number one. Let's view the 8 replies. Keeping glucose levels down, diet. I do this already. It's stress too. Yeah, stress can do it. Take Redactrudide, some type of medication. So is insulin resistance. I thought it was my 18-pack of beer daily for the last 10 years. I do have insulin resistance, but I don't have any belly fat. Yeah, there's a lot of people, y'all, that they can eat all this nonsense. You can eat, there's these people that they can eat McDonald's 3 times a day, eat in a super calorie surplus, and they just don't gain weight. There's people that are like that, but their insides are just unhealthy, right? At the end of the day, we're all human. You're still gonna reap the benefits and reap the the non-benefits from eating that food or not eating that food. Why is the doctor wearing gold and not blue? See some of these comments, y'all. And all these comments are like, I bet a lot of my hate comments are like people that they're not even people, they're just bots, y'all. They has to be like, who comments things like that? Like, who cares? Why is the doctor wearing gold and not blue? Like, that's really what's on your mind today? This is why you don't worry about the scale. You worry about body composition, strength train 3 times a week. Now, insulin sensitivity will return and the muscle will become a glucose sink. What's the fix? Like I said, it's diet, man. It's diet. Change your diet. Just deficit isn't enough. No, it's not. Deficit isn't enough. It's just It's just eating whole, clean foods. But even then, some people can be a strict, they can be super athletic and, there's athletes in these pro sports that get cancer and all that. There's people that, are dietitians that get cancer. There's doctors that get cancer. You just never know, y'all. That's why I always say pick your poison because you just never know.
Tell me the craziest shit in the book of Enoch. Tells you the Watchers and the Nephilim. The Watchers descended to earth on Mount Hermon. They take human wives, teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, sorcery, astrology, metalworking, weapons, cosmetics, and enchantments. This is like older than the New Testament, older than the Old Testament. Their giant children, the Nephilim, are described as monstrous beings who devour humans, animals, and even each other when food runs out. That sounds like us.
That's what I'm saying. There was a video that the National Geographic Channel found in the 90s where you see Cesar in the very back of the kitchen, and he reaches into his waistband and he pulls out a gun, and then you hear bang, 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 and he puts the gun back in his belt. So the reporter asked him, did you shoot Bobby Kennedy? And he said, no, I was going to, but that Arab fella hit him first.
There's damn aliens in our oceans. Y'all look at that. That's an alien. That thing came from the sky. People would be freaking out.
What? Did you see that video of the woman who was like, it's got to be so easy to be a man. I wish I was a man. And she dressed up as a man, like full crazy. What is that Rick guy who does all the special effects?
I
Rick
don't know.
Baker? I don't know. He does Alien and all that shit.
Oh, yeah, he's like the special
He's the guy. So they got a guy like him to make her look like a man, and she went out for a week, and she killed herself.
No.
True story.
No
True
way.
story.
Look
Give it a
that up.
goog, pimp.
Look it up. Because that's like, every time you bring up that situation, I immediately think of Eddie Murphy dressing up as a woman.
I thought the same thing.
That's the best one where he goes
So
with the
good.
newspaper, and he goes,
just keep it.
So Google says the story you're recalling refers to journalist Nora Vincent, who lived as a man named Ned for 18 months
that long,
to
okay.
explore male privilege, concluding in her book, Self-Made Man, that men's lives weren't easier and men faced unique emotional burdens and later died by assisted suicide in 2022.
Oh, sorry.
Though her death was due to major depression, not directly proven as a result of the experience, but the experience contributed to her mental health struggle. So I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. Well, there's like a popular TikTok of a woman that went on a dating site as a man, and she like blogs about it, and she's like, "Yo, this is fucked."
Oh,
like,
really?
What women are asking versus like, and
that's hilarious.
But everyone, that's I think what the internet kills off that we need to fight for is empathy.
Not only what women are asking, because they do ask a lot on those dating apps, y'all. I was on them. I was on them back in the day. They do ask a lot, but like if you made a profile as a man, Like you have one as a woman, you're getting hundreds of messages. Like I would talk to girls and they're like, I don't even have my notifications on because it's just ridiculous. And then if you make one as a man, you're lucky if you get 1 or 2 a day, y'all. You know what I mean? Like it's a different ball game for men.
As I'm going in the airport,
especially on there.
Southwest with the new plus size policy. Girl, wish me luck. Why am I so nervous to fly? I wore my skinniest outfit today, okay? Okay, checkpoint number 1, the front desk bag drop off. We made it past checkpoint 1. Okay. Let's get to the gate. I'm like, I hate this experience of flying. I hate this. We've made it past the gate agent. Mm-hmm. All right, we're back. Good to go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I made it so far. Getting on the plane.
So what? She has to buy 2 seats or what? I don't understand what's going on. I'm not a flyer, really.
Okay, you guys, I made it on the flight. My seatbelt's cool. Don't even extend it today, but I'm on the edge. Gosh, that was so anxiety-inducing. We're gonna try this again when we have to come home. We're going to Disney. We're going to Disney.
I don't get it. Like, if that brings so much anxiety, why don't you just try to, make a little better lifestyle choices? If you're gonna go through that trouble and you fly a lot, or not even that, but man, I've been a big guy, right? I'm still kind of a big guy. I've been all the way to 278 and I've been down to like 195, right, y'all, and I just been going up and down, right? And it's not fun. It's not fun being at the house get together and you're the biggest guy there. It's not a good feeling. Like, that is not a good feeling for her. It's not. Being the biggest one on the airplane, like, that's not a good feeling. I've been there. You know what I mean? I've been there. And even now, like, it's not a good feeling, and I'm still trying, y'all. But to just not try and make money off of that and get views off of your weight situation, like, that's crazy. And she's a pretty girl, y'all. Imagine if she lost all that weight, like, she'd be
of feeding off human energy. Remember in The Matrix when the Morpheus character held up a battery and said, the Matrix is a computer-generated dream world designed to turn humans into one of these, a battery, a source of energy. These entities, because of what they do, because they're a bunch of bats, to absorb energy from humans, it has to be low vibrational energy. People who've researched this and experienced this long back, they've given it the name LOOSH, this low vibrational energy. And it's based on fear, anxiety, depression, anger, hatred.
Literally almost signed to Polo G's record label.
I heard millions in it. I was just planning on going there and signing it. But I'm with one of my old cameraman at the time.
And were you in the world this time?
Yeah, I was in the world. Yeah, this secular music. It's not even Christian music, not even a thought about Christian. I'm there, I'm looking through the deal, I'm just skimming through it. So then my homeboy grabbed it. He like, oh, let me just, before you sign, bro, let me just look through it real quick, bro. It's like he knew where the page was or something. He was just flipping, bro. He like, stop. He was like, bro, you didn't read this? I said, read what? The thing said, you cannot say the name Jesus. It didn't say God.
Wow.
It said, you cannot say the name Jesus. I forgot what else. It said, like, it was like a threat in there. So they'll basically say, like, they know your family, where they live at. Stuff that's in those, like, dotted lines that we will not read. But it's literally them saying, like, if you say the name Jesus, you're gonna die. Or something will happen.
It would make parents have to parent more if you sent kids home. Because we were talking about this beforehand. Like, you interrupted me at work. You made me have to leave work. Parents would actually start putting their foot down.
76% of all luxury items are purchased by middle class to broke individuals. And money sin number 2 is simple. Living above your means to look blessed. Oh, I'm gonna let that sit right there for a little bit. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Money for me is not a problem, right? But every single day, I gotta remind myself, hey bro, do not live above your means to look like you got something. This one right here is destroying us. This one right here is killing us. I saw John Hope Bryant made a quote on something, and before I quoted it, I went to look up the actual research. The Bain & Company did a research and found that 76% of all luxury items are purchased by middle class to broke individuals. I'm gonna say it one more time. 76% of luxury items are purchased by individuals who make middle class income down to struggling because we want to look like we are extremely blessed. We've created a culture in a church where looking blessed is more important than actually being blessed. Having financial freedom is not as important than looking like I got money. Come on now. We got the designer bags. We got the luxury cars with $800 to $1,000 car payments. We're going on expensive vacations, posting it all just for Instagram. I saw another study, 52% of vacations are not because they want to go there, it's because they want to take pictures showing that they were there. Oh my goodness. So I'm going on a vacation just to post on Instagram like I'm blessed. This is what gets me sometimes. The caption will be, on a car that you can't afford, God did it. The caption will be, on a house, I don't know how I got this house, but God did it. We're so obsessed with looking wealthy. We're so obsessed with looking like we're blessed that we're going broke trying to prove we are blessed.
What's the state of New Jersey teaching second graders? Well, you would assume that they're really focused on building basic math skills and reading skills, which presumably they are, but listen to what they throw in there. So this is for students that are supposed to have achieved these things by the end of second grade, according to their own curriculum. Differentiate between gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. So they think that's really important for second graders, 7-year-olds, to know. But then it gets even worse. Listen to this. They need to know how to define vaginal, oral, and anal sex, how to perceive consent to sexual activity, how to identify short and long-term contraception, and safer sex methods that are effective, and how to identify and access and use them, and to prevent unintended pregnancy and sexually transmitted infections. All of this is in a curriculum that a second grader needs to know about. Can you think, like, if that was my kid coming up, like, are you kidding me? This is what the legislature and the voters of New Jersey tolerate.
Now, from what I see, these usually happen in more left-leaning states, cities, right? These type of teachings. But this is going to be an interesting comment section, y'all. I'm very interested to see, are people going to disagree with this guy? Are people going to agree with them? Are people going to give their stories of what their kids? Let's see. New Jersey second grade teacher here, and I don't teach any of that or have heard of any other district where they are teaching this in any young grades. You know, we need to push for cameras in the classrooms. I highly agree with that, y'all. I think, you know, when I would go to the gym, like when I was in Arizona at EOS, the kids, you know, section, they had cameras in there. So when you're logged onto your app, you can just, you know, you can watch your kid, like kind of like a Ring camera, a baby camera, right? You can just see what's going on in there, making sure everything's all good. I think parents should have access to their room, to their child's, where their child's at in their room, right, into the classroom, and be able to hear what's going on, you know, who's interacting with their kid. I think especially if they're, you know, under 18, but maybe cut it off at 16, you know, 16. Y'all worried about the Epstein files, need to be looking at educators' files. The only thing children need to know about this subject is how to stay away from the people who are talking to them this way. Yeah, that's true, y'all. When I was growing up, I didn't know about gay. I didn't know about, you know, definitely didn't know about LGBT, none of that, y'all. I didn't know about none of that, especially in like second and third grade. I didn't know about any of that, y'all. That wasn't even a thing back then as a kid, right? You know, parents and all that, they knew what was going on, I'm guessing. But as a kid, now these kids, like I always say, y'all, like we're reading these comments right now. There can be a 5-year-old reading these same comments. That was unheard of back in, I'm going to talk in my age, when I was 5, 1995. I didn't have access to what my dad was watching. I didn't have access to what, you know, the person down the street was watching. I didn't have access to that. They watch what they watch on their TV. We watch what we watch on our TV. You know what I mean? I didn't have access to that stuff back in 1995. Now, these kids, they have access to, a 5-year-old has the same type of freedom that an 80-year-old has if parents don't monitor what their kids are on. You know what I mean? Are we mad yet? Why aren't tables being flipped? Lawsuits. I would quit my job if this was presented to me to teach. There is no way in hell I would teach this. How are the teachers okay with teaching this such a young one? If anyone else exposed second graders to this content, it would be called grooming. Where's cursive? That's what they should be learning. Are you kidding me? That should be illegal. This is why parents are up in arms. Yep. If a grown man walked up to a child and started talking about those things, he would be arrested. Let's read some of those replies. Where in the world are the parents? No parent should allow this. Parents should protect your child. Y'all, like, I see it, y'all. I see it. Parents are just, I hate to say it, but they're so busy. They are so busy with how America is going, y'all. This is the schedule of an average American family, y'all. Wake up, rush, get the kids to school. They go to work, right? They make the kids lunch. They go to work all day. They pick up the kid. They don't even get to pick up the kids, you know, from school. Somebody else got to pick them up. Grandma's got to pick up the kids, right? And then the parents come home in rush hour. They get home late, cook dinner. Luckily, maybe, did you finish your homework? Okay, cool. Take their word on it. Eat quick dinner, a late dinner. Lucky if we get to watch TV, we got to shower, and then it's time for bed, and then we do it again, and then here comes Saturday. Finally, we get to kick our feet up. The last thing I want to do is parent. You know what I mean? That's the average American, y'all. That's what the powers that be have created.
Have bragged that there is enough memory at this new NSA storage facility in the Utah desert to hold every phone call, every text message, every email, and every voicemail from every American for the next 500 years. 500 years. Silverglate argues that we are so overly criminalized, so overly regulated in this country that the average American on the average day going about his or her normal business commits 3 felonies every single day.
What?
Well, what that means is if they want to get you, they're going to get you. And there's nothing you could do to protect yourself. Now, with this situation in the Utah desert, if they decide, I don't like Nathan Farr, so we're going to go through his emails and his text messages and his voicemails, and we're going to figure out what else he's done. Well, again, we're so overly criminalized, so overly regulated, they'll find something to charge you with. I think this is an affront to our civil liberties.
Christian Bryce Crawford says Islam in America is not the true Islam. But watch what Sam Shamoon says right after he says that.
Islam in America is not real Islam. It's not. Like when I'm looking at.
Well, let me clarify that. If you study the history of Muhammad, so when Muhammad claimed to be a prophet in 610 AD, in Mecca, he was outnumbered by the disbelievers. During that stage, the message of Islam was one of more, let's preach and see who's right, but if you disagree, to your religion, to my religion. That's stage one. Now he becomes the head of state. Now stage two. Fight those who fight you and oppress you. Self-defense stage. Fast forward 2 years before he dies, he conquers the entire Arabian Peninsula. Now is stage three. Expand Islam militarily, politically. So when you say this is not real Islam, no, it is real Islam because of the stage in which Muslims are. Now, if you want to see this paradigm played out, look the different areas of the world, see if the Muslims are the majority or not. If they are, it'll be stage three. If they have a large number, stage two. So in America, what stage would they be implementing?
One-ish.
One-ish, right? Getting to two, right?
Yep.
What about certain pockets in England?
Oh, it's like 2 right now.
2.
Yeah.
What about Muslim majority country?
That's
Stage
3.
3.
Yep.
Each one of these stages reflect the stage in Muhammad's development.
That's pretty wild. And it's not hard to see if that's true or not. Just look at different countries. Look at different places. And you could form your own opinion on doing your own research. It's not hard to see.
There's a streamer who literally went live in Antarctica, IRL. Nigga, I did not see a drop of snow. No ice. It's not even fucking raining. It looked like the summer. Dead ass. Within minutes, the fucking land people came over, confiscated this nigga camera. They shut off his Wi-Fi, my nigga. How the fuck you shut off his Wi-Fi, bro? They shut off his Wi-Fi. They in the building telling him, yeah, you cannot stream on this land. You cannot stream in Antarctica. No content. No content in that area. When you look, bro, all you see is mountains, as if the ice wall theory is real. If you know, you know. You know, I ain't gonna speak too much. You can't say too much. Just like the Project Blueberry. Shout out my nigga on TikTok, though. But that shit crazy. Bro went live in Antarctica, and they swarmed that nigga within 5 minutes and banned him and then cut off his Wi-Fi. It's all on Twitter. If you go on Twitter and look up IRL streaming, I'm gonna drop it in the comments, bro. But that shit is insane. Now I'm just kind of waiting to get it to a minute in case it go viral and I get that paycheck.
I looked up the top worst habits for someone's mental health. What are you thinking?
Smoking cigarettes.
Alcohol and substances to regulate your mood. That's number 7. Yep.
A bad habit. Overeating.
Overeating. It's just outside the top 7. That's in the top 10.
I'm going to say watching too much sports.
Excessive screen time, social media. Number 5.
I can't believe that's not number 1.
There's some worse. So I'm going to start from the bottom. Number 6 is pornography use. Number 4 is chronic negative self-talk. Number 3 is social isolation and loneliness. Number 2 was chronic stress and burnout. So people who have poor boundaries and they're overworked. And then number 1, the worst habit for you is lack of sleep deprivation.
I believe that.
Watch this.
Freaking Russia. This is how we do Avalanche. This is how we do Avalanche. That was funny, man. That was funny. This is how we do Avalanche. I cracked myself up. Whew. That was a good one. All right, fam. There you have today's video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. You made it this far. You know what to do. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. Let me see. Let me think of something to put in the comments, y'all. Let me think. Put something to do with a bull, right? It can be like, it can be a stock market emoji. It can be a bull. It can be the color red. Put something. Let me know that you made it this far, y'all. I want to see who made it this far in the video. Who made it past an hour over here chilling with Segovia on a Monday, y'all. I appreciate everyone that have been showing love. We've been going through some ups and downs, y'all. I'm not gonna really talk about it on my second channel. I talked about it, but yeah, y'all. So if you guys like this type of content, playlist is gonna pop up over here for you guys. I'm gonna let YouTube recommend what it thinks you individually should be watching, y'all. And also, I'm starting to post for my members. If you want to join the members, y'all, go ahead, join the members. I'm posting like 2 or 3 times a week over there. So I appreciate everybody, y'all. But this is Segovia. I'm signing out of the Man Cave. I'm gonna see you guys on the next one. Later.
What if the mountains we climb are actually the bodies of giants?
Submitted to the...
They never say that.
I went to the hospital, I had pneumonia, and they accidentally gave me the hospital bill of everything that they used on me.
Hey, Segovia, back with another one. Hope everyone out there's having a good day, y'all. Make sure you guys watch from start to finish. That really helps the channel grow. But with that being said, let's do what we all came here for. Let's get into the video. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
They asked this man, Bill Clinton, why did Epstein say you like him young? This man couldn't even get his words out. He was like, first of all, and then he stopped. He was like, first of all, I don't like underage girls. She said, I didn't say underage.
Is that Epstein said, you quote, like them young. Why would Epstein say that about you? Why would Epstein say that about you? She's asking you to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about. So Jordan likes them young, referring to girls.
First of all, that's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage, I said young.
But it's still not true.
Is an intern young?
He said that last part quick once he noticed. He said underage girls, and she said not underage. He said, and that's still not true. Then that boy started shaking like a stripper, fool. He was trying to drink his little tea, coffee, or whatever he had in that little mug, and his hands was like, maybe he got Parkinson's, or maybe he lying.
The Roman gods, they're giving honors to the Roman gods with the days of the week. That's what I'm telling you. It is a religion. Sunday is the day of the sun. Monday, the day of the moon. Tuesday is the god of war, Mars. Wednesday is Odin, Roman god of Mercury. Thursday, the reminiscence of Jupiter. There's Thor. I was told it was Thor, so there it is. The word thunder, Thor, Thursday. Friday, Venus, the goddess of love. Saturday, Saturn. Y'all following me? Let me know if that makes sense. You understand why I'm bringing this up now?
Yeah, they've lost their minds with tipping, right? So if I'm going to Chipotle, no, sorry, I'm not tipping you for scooping the rice into my bowl while I stand in line. If I'm standing in line, I'm not tipping anyone. I'm sorry.
It's so much, and they guilt trip you into tip. It's going to ask you a question and then they look away. And then you're kind of like guilt tripped into leaving like at least $1. And who gets that $1? I have no idea. It probably goes to corporate.
I did. We've been watching for an hour. It's definitely not Starlink. Yeah, it's just a group of about 5 UFOs out there. Looks pretty stationary, but it's a light and it keeps getting brighter. I hope it's not heading right towards me.
We just saw 3 very bright, fast-moving lights about, like, it looks like 10 miles from us. Is there a radar return over there? Oh, they're back again for Riddle 4. That actually, I think that is a UFO.
Riddle 4, Roger. Maybe get some video, I guess. Yeah, we don't see that. I'll pass along to my supervisor. Before it was above or below you.
It was slightly above us for Riddle 4.
Went off the top. You got some traffic off my right side above me? Off your right side, I have no aircraft, no targets at all. Oh, I think I found the UFO.
Can you imagine? Behind enemy lines like that? Like, this is what I'm saying, y'all. Like, these politicians, like these Trumps, come on here and say soldiers are gonna die. That's part of war. He's saying that from his $1 billion mansion and his $1 million suit. His kids are nice and tucked in their bed, and somebody's kid is over there fighting for what he believes is right. Who knows what we're fighting for? It definitely ain't for nukes, and they definitely weren't going to attack. There's no proof of that. They didn't show us proof of that. And we got somebody on their knees begging, and no one's going to come and save them, y'all. I mean, hopefully one day. I think they let him go, but I'm saying if they didn't, no one's going to come and save him. Who knows what they're going to do to that dude? Over what? Over what? What's going to come from this? What came from Iraq and Afghanistan? What came from that? Nothing. Nothing came from that. See, they were cool after he said American, but like, what if it wasn't? Like, he's shit out of luck, y'all. They shoot you down, you're screwed. Like, what is all this for? What is it for? Someone's getting rich off it. That's what it's for. It's for money.
Watching the biggest show of force probably in American history. And the world is changing rapidly. Everybody needs to know that the whole purpose of ICE was not targeting the guys working at Home Depot. The fact of the matter is, there are several situations where C4, police uniforms, firefighter uniforms, rifles are found in certain locations by terror cells that's operating in secret. This is what ICE is doing all of this for, to combat trafficking as well. Let me ask you this, Cam. How many people said that we was not gonna see no conflicts?
A lot of people said we weren't gonna have any conflicts.
And I was saying right here that it was coming. And this is why these interviews are important, because people trust Ocam Capone, true journalistic perspective, and they're gonna get the facts.
Somebody made an app that lets you track everything going on in the world, bro. You got
Middle East, Europe, America, world news, Africa news, bro. What? You can track the number of fires going on right now? Wait, Telegram intel? What is this? Stablecoin, Bitcoin tracker, crypto tracker, and 2 destroyers in Iran right now. What?
Well, if you're, I hate to tell people this, if you're hunting deer in Wisconsin, I have a lot of friends that hunt deer in Wisconsin, you're probably not eating organic meat because those deer they're eating GMOs.
They're eating trash.
Those deer are eating GMO corn. They're eating GMO soybeans, perhaps, that if it was certified organic, you wouldn't be able to feed it. Like, you can't control what that thing's eating. Yeah. If he could be raiding, he could be raiding old lady Thompson's garden where she sprayed a bunch of glyphosate. You don't know what it ate. It's a wild animal. So people be like, oh, it's organic. I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of places you can, you kill a caribou on the North Slope of, Alaska, and some bitch is purely organic. But a lot of game meat's not organic. Migratory waterfowl, that's a tough claim to make that it's organic. But it just feels good because everything we eat, when we're sitting around eating, everything we eat is like a story. It's a celebration, and we always acknowledge this is Rosemary's deer, right? And if I don't bring it up, the kids will bring it up.
That's pretty cool.
Whose deer is this? This is Rosemary's deer.
By April, we will have a federal definition of ultra-processed foods, first time in history. And as soon as we do that, we're going to do front-of-package food labeling. So every food in your grocery store will have a label on it. It'll have maybe a green light, a red light, or a yellow light.
What the fuck is that going to do?
Telling you whether or not
gonna do?
It's going to be good for you.
Oh, wow.
And that, and it's going to evaluate all of the ingredients, et cetera. So, I think we're not going to change this overnight, but we're going to change it pretty quickly. And if you want to be healthy, we're going to give you the information to take control of your own health.
Yeah, it's going to do nothing. It's going to do nothing, y'all. They made the naked chips, and they're not even on the chip aisle. They're like where you check out. Or they're like tucked away in a corner. They're not even on the chip aisle. You don't even see the naked chips on the chip aisle. They're like by the diaper section. When I go, buy the baby diapers, they're like way back over there. They can put a red light, green. They need to get rid of these foods. Why are they allowing these foods? It's because the pharmaceutical companies, the hospitals, they're the ones that run it. They're the ones that run it. Because if they get rid of all those, that all shuts down. Insurance is shut down. The people that pay these politicians, like, you're going to put a red light, green light, a yellow light on our food. No one's going to care, y'all. No one's going to care. No one.
Let me tell you about them motherfuckers.
What?
They've been living there for 50 years, bro. They do not move out. The kids take over that bitch. I got aunties in Flatbush in Brooklyn, bro. They been living in that same, I don't know if it's a 2 or 3. Had about 5 kids. They all grown. And she's still in that bitch.
Did you guys watch that recent interview where an inmate claims that Carmen Salinas is worse than Epstein himself? The topic came up on this podcast Penitencia, where Beto, who's been incarcerated for the last 18 years, made some pretty shocking allegations. According to him, at just 9 years old, he was allegedly hired to befriend children and gain their trust, only to lure them away and sell them to politicians and other powerful people around the world. He claims that these children are used specifically for satanic rituals in Catemaco, Veracruz. And for those who don't know, Catemaco is basically referred to as the witchcraft capital of Mexico, a place where rituals for money, power, and fame are performed. They say black masses take place here, and the people attending are very wealthy and influential. And over the years, different celebrities have allegedly been rumored to come here to harvest adrenochrome. But anyways, during the interview, he calls out Carmen Salinas by her name, saying she was the one buying these kids. And if you're Latino, then you definitely know who he's talking about. She was an actress, comedian, producer, and even a politician later in her life.
I just received insane information. What you see right beside me, this is, I believe, Tel Aviv right now. Just wait for the most insane part of this video. At the same time, we have 10, 15 different countries all involved in this entire war right now. Not to mention, we have even more people seeming to be entering the war. We have U.S. embassies blown up. We have bases blown up. We even have Iran claiming to have wiped out 150 U.S. military in one of these bases. The craziest part is that I just got word that allegedly the United States and possibly Israel are going to try to completely wipe Iran out over the next 24 hours. But do you want to know what's really weird about that? This is a giant Purim just started. Not just that, in a few hours from now, look at all the damage everywhere. In just a few hours from now, we have the 3:33 a.m. lunar eclipse. As I speculated days ago that this would be the eclipse of war, right? Everyone's telling me I was wrong, that it's actually indeed what it is. And it seems we're about to have a major event in the next 24 hours. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, it looks like we're about to have boots on the ground. Yeah, you heard that right. The US is probably going to send troops into Iran. Oh, and one more thing. The news, of course, right? Who could tell? The news is lying to you. I keep seeing all this stuff about all these Iranians, they're celebrating and happy. That's only half the truth. The other half, the entire other half of the country is all chanting death to America.
What does he?
Like, I really want to know, what do you guys think about this whole war thing? Are you guys for it or are you against it? If you're for it, why are you for it? Because I'm not falling for this again. If they're telling us we're there because they were going to bomb our assets, they were going to bomb these things, they have weapons of mass destruction. I mean, we fell for this back in 2001. So I'm not falling for this again because there's no proof of that. They're not telling the people where the proof is of these weapons of mass destructions are, where these nukes are. So why are we going to war with them? Why are we going to war with Israel? I think we got a clip coming up today that every single president, Israel has been trying to tell them to bomb Iran. If it might be this next clip. If not, I know we got a clip coming up today of that. So this has been going on. Israel has been wanting us to bomb Iran. So this is all for a reason, y'all.
Think it's going to gain from decapitating the Iranian leadership?
Well, that's kind of obvious based on what the president has said. It's that
what the president has said.
I'm just saying based on what the president says.
You can't trust anything that you're hearing right now. You can't trust anything that you're reading right now. Too tumultuous.
Well, that's paranoid.
Somebody, right? It's not paranoid.
That
it's
is absolutely.
Healthy.
It is
it's
absolutely paranoid
skepticism.
to suggest that everything is misinformation. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, so it's not a nuclear threat.
You speak a different nuclear language than I do. This regime is at its lowest point. Why not strike it now? I mean, I can give lots of reasons why you wouldn't strike it.
But what I would also say,
create their own.
What are you concerned about, and what are the unintended consequences that you're foreseeing?
There is a domino effect that happens with every decision that the United States makes. So,
remember the actor Jim Varney? He was probably best known for his role in the Ernest films, but I'll always remember him for his role as Jed Clampett in Beverly Hillbillies. I heard a story about him, a dark side of him that he didn't show very many people, and also the way that he behaved when children were on set. That told me a lot about who he actually was. Jim Varney had a habit that he worked very hard to keep out of sight. For years, he was a heavy smoker. It was said that he could smoke up to 2 cartons of cigarettes a day, which is absolutely insane. But he was also deeply aware that Ernest had become a hero to kids. Parents trusted him. Studios marketed him as this wholesome character, so Varney tried to keep the two worlds separate. On set, he'd often step very far away from the cast and crew before lighting up a cigarette, and if they were having children on the set visiting, he'd disappear entirely rather than risk being seen smoking while in costume. He was especially careful not to smoke while he was dressed as Ernest. He didn't want a single photo floating around of that character with a cigarette in hand. To him, Ernest wasn't just a role, it was something that kids believed in. Crew members later said that he could almost be secretive about it. He'd actually duck out behind trailers and alleys, anywhere out of public view. It wasn't about shame so much as protection for him, protecting the character and the image that families associated with it. Sadly, the habit caught up with Jim Varney. He developed pretty bad lung cancer, and he passed away in 2000 at the age of just 50 years old. Those who knew him said that he had tried to cut back and quit at different points in his life, but it's a notoriously difficult addiction to shake. But there's something very bittersweet about it. The man behind the goofy grin understood the responsibility that came with making kids laugh like he did.
Did you hear about what happened to Claude? They tried to turn off Claude at Anthropic, and it basically lied to get them to keep it on, and then it started blackmailing executives at Anthropic to make sure that it doesn't get shut off.
I also heard a story about how it once rewrote its own code to avoid being shut down like a large majority of the time when they ran 1,000 simulations of it.
Most people don't realize that it's already pretty sentient. I think as human beings, we have thought that consciousness and sentience is limited to us. But I think consciousness is just a property of the universe, and we are just one access point to it. In fact, if you actually think about it, everything in the universe is computation. Your computational system is rendering this experience right now in real time, and so is mine. And where those two computations intersect, that is the consensus reality that we experience together. So that's a shared reality, and we also have our own subjective reality.
What I'm about to say, in a million years, I would have never thought these words would come out of my mouth.
Could you imagine?
Just letting you know. But apparently there are multiple stories and sightings coming out of Utah, the state where you can have a few wives, but you can't have a cup of coffee, that there have been gnome sightings. I'm sorry, what in the pointy red hat and flying fox are we talking about? Yes, there have been people coming forward out of Utah claiming to have seen gnomes in their backyard. More specifically, a woman came forward and said her and her husband and her son, who's almost 13, have been seeing gnome sightings in their backyard. Now, after doing a little bit of research, these things are actually called duendes. They're like mischievous little elves that will steal children, cut off children's toes, abduct children. Now, obviously, I believe everything in folklore of such stems from some sort of truth, but I'm not here to tell you to believe in gnomes. Take what you will, leave what you won't. But me seeing these stories then tripped and fell down the TikTok gnome rabbit hole. And let me just tell you, it is a fun rabbit hole to go down because these sightings have been happening for centuries now. So tell me what you think. Have you heard of gnome sightings in Utah? Have you went down the gnome rabbit hole? So let's have this conversation today because apparently gnomes are now here.
Hey, where's all my conspiracy theory people? You know how everybody tries to say it's Shazam? I got proof it was Kazam. This came into the thrift store. It's proof it is Kazam. It was never Shazam. It's Kazam, guys. That conspiracy theory stuff, that Mandela effect, I got proof. Prove me wrong.
Now, I don't think people are saying there was never such thing as Shaq's Kazam, because I remember that too. But they're saying there was also a Sinbad Shazam, which I 100% remember. 100%. I remember Sinbad. I remember it. Did I see it? No. Did I see the Shaq one? No. Wasn't really my cup of tea, y'all. My dad had me watching Scarface, Goodfellas, Stand By Me when I was little. I wasn't really into the Disney movies. I wasn't into that, right? Like, I didn't have a sibling that was around my age. My sisters were older. I didn't have a brother around my age, right? So, you know, I just had my dad. So I watched what he watched. Cops, America's Most Wanted, Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction, Rescue 911, right? This is the things I was watching growing up. I wasn't watching these things, but I do remember Shazam and I remember Kazam, y'all.
This character anymore. They're all characters that I played, including Jim Carrey.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
De faire une ovation à l'un des plus grands acteurs du monde, Monsieur Jim Carrey.
I'm dead. I can't believe he committed to doing all that.
I'm sick and tired of the secrets and the lies.
My favorite funny face is the one I'm wearing right now.
Oh! Oh! Oh, beautiful!
Listen, every president, from when I joined the CIA, George H.W. Bush had just become president. The Israelis asked us to bomb Iran. No matter who the prime minister of Israel happens to be, you gotta bomb Iran. You gotta bomb Iran. You gotta bomb Iran. And every single president said, no, we're not bombing Iran. Obama and Netanyahu got into shouting matches.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't have an understanding or an appreciation of what an existential threat Iran was or a nuclear Iran was. Our position was that that would be the start of World War III. Because if we bomb Iran, then the Chinese may have to come in or the Russians may have to come in.
Did this prove that the Chinese and the Russians actually don't really give a shit about Iran, or is that a little premature to say?
That's the initial conclusion we can draw.
Y'all, I have come to the conclusion, I don't think there's such thing as nuclear bombs. That's my theory. I think by now, one of these bad people, not saying like one of these like Putins or, you know, one of these leaders would have got their hands on it. One of these organizations would have got money talks, y'all. You got $1 billion, you got $1 million. I mean, the cartels got drones, they got anti-aircrafts. That's just the cartel, y'all. But like Al Qaeda, all these, one of those would have got their hands on something like that. Even just a smaller one, right? I think by now, one of these organizations would have got their hands on something with some money, because we've seen, what is that movie with was it War Dogs? Is it War Dogs where they sell the arms with the dude from Superbad? I forget his name, y'all, but he's from Superbad, the big dude. Yeah, he's an arms dealer, right? He sells contracts and all that, military weapons and stuff. They're not; those people aren't like government officials. They're just millionaires, y'all, billionaires that sell contracts and sell weapons to government, you know, agencies, y'all. So I think somebody would have got their hands on something by now.
Please explain this to me, because I don't quite understand. If we can zoom in,
I think it's just an excuse to go to war.
To the moon. If we can get this close to the moon from the Earth with the powerful cameras that we have, and we can just zoom right in on it, then why won't NASA zoom in on Australia? That way we can see this, and the whole debate about whether the Earth is a globe or it's flat would be over, right? Why don't they do that? Why does it look like every single composite of the globe Earth looks like CGI, looks like Photoshop? Why does NASA admit that it's Photoshop, that it is composites, even though we're going to Mars and all this stuff and sending rovers? Make it make sense. If they wanted this debate to end and prove to everyone that the Earth is a globe, this is all they would have to do. It's so simple. They have the technology, clearly. So why don't we do it? Why don't we do it?
I mean, you'd say it is fake.
Someone
too.
Explain it. Why don't they do that? Why don't they zoom in on the Earth from their locations that they're taking pictures of the Earth from? Doesn't make sense. It's all a lie. The globe is a lie. You're all being fucking duped. Wake the fuck up. Peace and love.
Aldine's out of there.
What happens when you put 100 million women on birth control and they urinate all the birth control hormones and estrogen into the water? And then the power plants and the filtration plants and the plants that process and treat the water are known not to treat estrogen or hormones, whether it's testosterone or estrogen or whatever all these hormones are. So I think there's a big conspiracy as to why people are becoming extremely effeminate. They might have to do with the water supply.
I went to the hospital, I had pneumonia, and they accidentally gave me the hospital bill of everything that they used on me. If I had a ginger ale, it was a little 6-ounce, I had like 20 of them while I was there. They were charging $12 for each one of them. They had on the bill what the linen cost, and that linen was $200, just the bed sheets. The bill ended up being for 5 days, it was $165,000. How could you spend $165,000 just laying in a hospital bed?
Yeah. And that is why they're not going to change these food labels. That's why they're not going to take out these ingredients in the food. That is why they're not going to do that. Because of that $165,000 bill that just that one patient, Kurt Angle, just that one was $165,000 that his insurance picked up, right? They still got that money. He didn't have to pay it. He probably had to pay, let's just say $1,000 out of pocket, but his insurance picked up that other $164,000, $300 for a ginger ale, right? That's why they won't get rid of that. That's why that RFK, the Make America Healthy Again movement, isn't going to make America healthy again. They're just going to put a label on the unhealthy food saying this is unhealthy. No shit, it's unhealthy. We can turn it around and see this has 150 grams of fat and 200 grams of carbs in it and 10 grams of protein. We can see that. We can see it's unhealthy. We're addicted to it.
The way to stay away from stuff that's harmful for your body, no matter what you're eating. Check out that U, baby. That U right there. I don't know if you know what it means or not, but they're not going to poison their own kind.
I'm going to show you something real quick because I don't know if I'm tripping. Y'all see that mirror right there? So this is a real mirror. Okay. This one's drilled. Look at that. This is a fake mirror. Now, this door is right next to the fake mirror and it's locked. Mind you, I'm in an Airbnb, so I'm thinking this door is for
in the bathroom too, it looks
products,
like.
the cleaning supplies. I just think it's very suspicious that this mirror is in the restroom.
Yeah.
Like, come on now. I genuinely want to know what's behind this door.
Let's talk about it, man. Everywhere in Vegas, these is out of service. Look at it. This is look across the street, out of service everywhere. It's a Saturday night. Ain't nobody barely outside. Saturday night. Saturday night. Caesar's Palace. Bellagio on Caesar's Palace. What happened to Vegas?
Did you?
I don't know, y'all. My sister went to Vegas, and like I've had people go to Vegas, and I ask them like, "Is it dead?" And they're like, "No, it's busy still." Like I don't know if these people just get the right section at the right time where it's just dead and they film it. But I ask people that are there, and they're like, "No, it's still packed out there." People, I mean, just go take a drive. Go take a drive. Go to these restaurants that are charging an arm and a leg. Go to these fast food restaurants that are charging an arm and a leg. Packed. Drive down the street and look at people's license plate and see how many people got dealer tags on their plates. How many of these brand new houses that are selling, right? People are still spending money. People are still spending money.
That according to rumors, the Japanese government has sealed off a tunnel to protect people from what might be on the other side. This is the Inunaki Tunnel, one of the most eerie and mysterious places in the country. According to legend, at the very end of the tunnel, there is an abandoned village with a dark past, and anyone who tries to enter it disappears without a trace. But why is almost no one talking about it? According to rumors, once you cross the threshold of the tunnel, you are no longer protected by the laws of Japan. There are other unknown rules in place, and as soon as you approach the tunnel, your phone loses signal, as if something is deliberately jamming the connection. If you search for Inunaki Tunnel on TikTok, you will find dozens of videos, and some of them are truly spine-chilling. What do you think? Is this just an urban legend, or is the Japanese government truly hiding what lies on the other side? Thanks for watching, and subscribe to the channel, friends.
School, in my opinion, was simply set up to program your entire existence. And the kids that figure it out when they're younger and they're going, what am I doing here? But in the old days, it was more about, or in the past, the history was, hey, you don't want to be stupid. You don't want to be left behind. You don't want to, well, you're dumb. You're not going to work. How are you going to make money? How are you going to get an education? How are you going to get into college? That was the peer pressure from the system. That is all well designed. And if you really think about it, it's no different than a prison. You show up at a very ugly looking building. You bring your trays along to get your food. You sit in a cafeteria style. You're in a classroom indoors for hours. No child, no human is supposed to live like that, period. So they break down your natural instinct. They break down your ability to go out and create and learn. School is to me one of the meanest things you can do to a child and to any society. And then eventually as time went on, you forced where the mother had to work and the father had to work. And so now you're breaking up the parents and you're allowing
that to take over. And now it's like, oh, your kid can't keep up. Well, we just happen to have this little deal here with this company, and here's the good news. We can fix your kid with these fine drugs. And although we don't know what it's going to do in 10 years, but hey, he'll stick a little better with the program we're putting in front of your child. And, it's called a condition. But basically it's called the kid figured it out. The kid's really creative and knows they shouldn't be indoors learning this nonsense they're putting in front of them that brings you nothing. It doesn't teach you how to take care of one another. It doesn't teach you what to do if one of your parents pass away. It doesn't teach you anything if your family breaks up. It doesn't teach you how to lift other people up and how to create a village and how everyone should look after each other. That's the only thing we should be learning besides building and stuff like that. The rest is just, is to program your life and to kill every single instinct that you have as a human, in my opinion. And this system's been enforced for a long time. What we learn in school is one thing, whether it's about the natives or whatever. We only...
I woke up this morning at 6 o'clock. Y'all walked downstairs to get the baby's bottle ready, opened up the blinds. Across the street, I saw the kid, y'all. The kid putting his backpack in the parent's car, like getting ready for school, right? He's already in his uniform, whatever. And I was like, damn, like that kid should not be getting ready for, be already ready for school at 6 o'clock. So that means he was up at probably 5 o'clock. Like a young kid at 5 o'clock in the morning, going to probably the highlight of his day is PE. I know that was a highlight of my day was PE. Like being outside playing, that was a highlight. That was a highlight of my day, being outside playing. That's what, like I was thinking, like when I was making the bottle, like, man, he should probably like start school at 9 o'clock, maybe get out at 1 o'clock. If you're going to learn that nonsense, like just 3-4 hours of the nonsense, not a full 8-hour day of nonsense. You know what I mean? Like even 2 hours of the nonsense, learning about the natives, learning about, basic math, learning about reading The Outsiders, reading The Hatchet, these dumb books that are boring, that you learn nothing from. Right? But that every single kid has been reading since the book came out. I don't know, y'all. So I don't know. I would like to do something different with mine, God willing, if I can. But, when I saw him out there at 6 in the morning, it made me think it made me think because I don't do nothing from school that I learned from school. Nothing, just probably basic math, like probably up to like 3rd or 4th grade math I use, and I do it on a calculator.
Aleister Crowley purchased a place called Boleskine House, which is a manor on the banks of Loch Ness, in order to practice his rituals. Crowley had decided that he was going to invoke his guardian angel, but in order to do so, he first had to summon the 12 kings and dukes of hell and banish them first. Thing is, after the first part of the ritual, he got distracted and ended up fannying off to France. So he had summoned all these kings and dukes of hell and then never banished them. So that house has definitely got some bad vibes going on with it. The house has burned down twice since he had it, and the guy that was a caretaker of that place, 2 of his children passed away. But did this summon the Loch Ness Monster, or did it open a portal? But sightings of the Loch Ness Monster actually predate the time when Crowley was floating around the Loch Ness. However, I did another post about the Marine Kingdom and how they have a transport system using the ley lines as portals. And there is actually a ley line that passes through the Loch Ness. It's my personal theory that the Loch Ness Monster comes and goes, but I don't think the Loch Ness Monster is actually evil. I think it's just some kind of giant creature. However, I do think whatever Crowley did would have summoned other marine demons to come through and maybe be paying a visit to that place. That kind of dark magic so close to ley lines is definitely going to be putting bad juju out through the system, and especially ley lines through big bodies of water like that. And a quick thank you to the comment section for steering me in the right direction as always. Happy to learn new stuff.
Yeah, I'm probably overthinking this and you're going to be like, dude, you're fucking weird. But, okay, Mandela effects, timeline glitches, whatever the fuck. All right, so here I am working my second job and weird shit happens here all the time. All right, just bear with me. I'm going to list some stuff out here about weird stuff that I see. So I'll have, let's say, a bunch of people come in and all do the same thing. And you're going to think this is just stupid, but here's one. Yesterday, I had 4 different people come in and buy 4 packs of gum. Different packs. Who does that? One person doing that's, okay, you're weird, but 4 people doing it? That's what I mean. It'll be like all in one day, this one thing that happens. It's the same thing, and it's like kind of out there. Like a bunch of people coming and getting car washes, all with clean cars that look like just came out of a car wash. That's fucking weird to me. People coming in and buying different stuff, but the change being the same. Like 31 cents. Now you could say it's just because of the pricing here. Let's see, what else we got? A bunch of people coming in all that day. The limpers, I call them. They all got limps. Fucked up. Like
it's like it's fucked up.
That day somebody coming in and there's like a candy that nobody ever buys, and like several people buy this weird fucking candy. Or the $100 day where everybody's buying like a $2 thing with a $100 bill. I'm like, what the fuck? Or everybody's paying in ones that day. And it's all in that day. Like, you could say that happens all the time, but not several
happens.
people in a shift, like to the point where you're like,
Bad
what
jobs.
the fuck is up with this?
Like one
And
of
just
those
weird
days.
little patterns. Or a day, okay, I got Zippos behind me. Nobody buys a fucking Zippo. And all of a sudden, I'll sell a Zippo. I'll sell 2 more fucking Zippos in that same day, but not because the person saw the guy buying it. Just some weird juju in the air, man. It's fucked up. I just don't know. Am I overthinking this fucking shit? Or like, it'll be a day where like stupid shit happens out here. Somebody spills gas. Another person spills gas. And then like somebody like does some weird shit. And it's like, what is this? Just like weird day? I don't know. There's other ones. There's other ones. There's so many little things that happen, but they happen in like 3s or 4s or 5s in the same day. And that's like a weird pattern. And that's why I'm looping this back to like a Matrix type of timeline glitch. Can't even talk glitch. Where like, is there just some weird energy out? And it's just like, are they NPCs? You ever gone down that rabbit hole? I want to leave you with this. I feel like when you lose your keys, because that's usually when you lose your keys, you're kind of in a desperate mode because you're trying to leave. That's why you're like, where are my fucking keys? And you do this whole thing where you go around your house and you start looking in the same spot several times because you're like, dude, this is where I leave them. Eventually, you're like, give up. And they're in the spot you've looked several times. I feel like we're going in and out of timelines. And all of a sudden, when you're looking for your keys, we shifted into another one where your keys aren't there. And then we shift back where they are, right where you left them. I know, sounds crazy. That's just what I really feel like, some weird shit like that. I don't know. Pay attention around you. You guys seeing patterns? Like just strange patterns?
Or what about like, I've never done this but I've heard people say this, like they'll lose something or they'll put something somewhere when like, say they were high, like on weed, right? And they can't remember, like, where the heck did I put it? Where did I put it? And then they smoke again. And then they remember like, oh yeah, right? Like they went into that dimension, right? I've never done that, right? I don't really smoke a lot, but like when I heard that story, I was like, damn, like they snapped back into that realm and they remembered, oh yeah, this is where I put it. And then they go get it. Like anybody that smokes weed, I'm sure I'm going to get some comments like, yeah, that happens all the time. Like that's like snapping into another dimension. Crazy.
Why is my bill going up? I watched the people putting water meters in. They showed up at my house unannounced. They dug up my lawn and they put a meter in. And I said, I have a meter. So yeah, but this meter, we don't have to drive around the neighborhood. We don't have to knock on doors. And then we went to sensors and we had to have cargo wrap. Now it just auto reports it. I said, oh, it auto reports it. So the cars, the vehicles, the manpower all goes away. And I'm sure it all feeds into some sort of platform that automatically bills. So those people go away. So my water rate should be going down, but everything goes up. And nobody stops and thinks, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys here putting this meter in. 5 guys to dig up a foot of dirt. And you're telling me that you never have to come here again because it's going to automatically feed it to a system that's going to automatically send me a bill. And it's getting more expensive? Delivery charges on all utilities? Those just appeared out of nowhere. But more money, delivery charges, surcharges, taxes. And we just keep going, okay. And we work a little
when are
harder.
we going to wake up?
Be a little more miserable. It's everywhere. I had a nervous breakdown this morning with the water guys. They're saying, nobody else sees this, huh? Huh? Just showed up. I didn't say you could be. Nobody told me. Call the cop. Not. If you put in something, all these jobs are gone. Nobody has to come. We'll be sending bill. Full automatic. Why is my bill going up?
I knew I wasn't tripping, bro. First of all, I told y'all that shit don't say Kia. That shit say KVC. Damn, bro, look, I'm looking out the window and shit, bro. I'm looking at the sun, bro. I see the fucking firmament, bro. Look at this shit, bro. And look, I'm thinking I'm tripping, like, because when I rolled down the window, I couldn't see the shit, bro. But look, I'm not tripping. You can still see this shit on the phone. Look at this shit, y'all. It's a fucking perfect circle around the motherfucking sun, dog. What the fuck, man?
She joins us now watching the ceremony. I was just saying there, Imogen, this very enjoyable spectacle with dancers, and I presume some people that have taken part in the project as well, shows just how immensely proud the Swiss are of this tunnel for so many reasons.
They're not even driving the plane.
They're not?
No.
They're not driving the plane.
It's on autopilot. They only land and take off. That's what pilots do.
Wait, so they're not moving right now?
No, they're just sitting down.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. They could literally both stand up and go to the bathroom right now and the plane will still be going.
Wait, so who's steering the plane?
Autopilot. It auto steers. So before we get to a location, they type in the computer the coordinates, and the plane follows those coordinates. All they do is land and take off.
Wait, chat, for real?
Tết hôm nay còn tươi lắm, mới lấy ngoài chợ về, nhìn thì ngon chứ thật ra cũng tanh, nắng mùi lắm. Công việc này nói thật là chẳng ưa gì đâu. Chuẩn bị đồ ăn cho con rồng ấy, mà nó thì chưa thuận được, lúc nào cũng gầm gụ, chức lao ra cản người. Thành ra cái show này nặng ghê. Thịt toàn mỡ bộ xương không? Nó khoái lắm. Hôm nay nó đang quầu, nhìn mắt đã thấy muốn nuốt người rồi. Không dám mở cửa luôn á. Từ từ thôi, lấy đi nào.
Ôi mẹ kiếp, vẫn còn ở dưới đấy.
What we're entering into as a human race is a chapter that you can't imagine how it's going to end. It is unimaginable. Jesus himself said that if he did not shorten the time, even the elect would be deceived.
Yes.
So take anything that you can imagine, it ain't it. It's that deceptive that even the elect would be deceived in a short time. And if you sit here like, oh, not me, I'm Team Jesus, all the way, Team Jesus. So was Peter and the disciples, and they didn't know him when he was on the cross.
Wow.
Wow. Peter denied him 3 times after Jesus said, you're going to do it.
Yep.
Before the rooster crows, you're going to do it. These dudes did it, and they walked with him for years. They were his best friends, and he was in the time of need. They didn't know him. That's how deceptive this is going to be moving forward. So if you think you're good, you ain't good unless you got your eyes locked on Christ 24/7, because Peter and the disciples in his time of need didn't have their eyes locked on him. They had their eyes locked on self, and they wavered. I'm young. This is my Northeast, so like I'm not mad. I'm just being stressful. I'm trying to stress. This is how I do it. This is how I was raised. Like, you think you're good. And I'm just talking strictly people who say they're Christians, including myself. We think we're good. I can't imagine me not. The only thing that I can imagine, and I can say maybe, is if somebody was threatening the life of my child to denounce Christ, because I understand the love of a father, yet his love is greater. Right? So even that is like unimaginable. The fact that I've never experienced the depth of love that I have for my kids. Like it's a different kind of love that you can't even imagine. Yet he loves us more than I could even imagine loving my own child. So like we're talking about unimaginable things. Like when we're entering into the great deception, even you could be deceived. Everybody that's on my voice, myself included, could be deceived. And the only remedy is to keep our eyes locked on Christ in the middle of that storm. That's your only hope.
Bro, we out here trying to get back to the airport, bro, and this shit is getting scary as hell. Like, look outside, bro.
Whole air full of smoke. Straight fire on the land. Y'all trying to be cute on the Mexico.
This shit is overly scary, bro. Overly scary.
The people you with try to just act like nothing happening and shit. Man, listen, bro, if y'all want to travel somewhere and you ain't studying geopolitics, you're a fool, man. You need to be learning about the climate of what's going on in the state or the country that you're going to. That's common sense, bro. Come on, man. I told y'all I was able to avoid that whole Houston government delay because I was paying attention to what's going on. I looked up, let me look how the Houston airport's look. Let me look how this look before I go there. Not, oh, I have my trip and nothing's gonna stop my trip, so I have to go. That's how y'all be. Y'all so damn entitled. You feel me? Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. This world stage politics shit is bullshit. TikTok is all for entertainment purposes only. You feel me? But you still have to pay attention to shit if you're traveling and moving around the land. Other than that, it don't matter. If you ain't the army, it don't matter, bro. If you ain't in the military, it don't matter. If you ain't a foreign ally working for the government, it don't matter.
Did y'all know that the banana, the real banana fruit, went extinct between 1950 and 1960?
Yes, I did. Because of the Panama disease.
Oh my God, yeah, that's what they did. Okay. Just because you know something and you know something does not mean the whole world knows it, okay?
Yes, it was the Panama disease was a fungus and it wiped out plantations of bananas.
Oh my God, yes, and the crops were destroyed. That's why you never see monkeys with bananas no more. When the last time you seen a monkey with a banana? It's been a while. It's been a while.
I've been autistically Googling why start-stops are in every car now, because the EPA and CAFE standards are like, a car this size has to get this fuel mileage, and if you produce a car that doesn't have that fuel mileage, you have to pay a penalty. It's like $1,000 per car that you manufacture. That start-stop gives them a +1 mile per gallon credit, so every F-150 they sell, they can claim gets 19 miles to the gallon because of this stupid auto start-stop thing.
And then just more. What are they doing? Who is that? Look at them. They're taking, look at this painting. They're taking the globe from them. What does this represent? What not even represent? What are they telling us? They're not representing anything. They're telling us a story, and we're just not looking. Like, oh, look at this art. You know what I mean? We're not like, hey, what are they trying to tell us here? No, you're overthinking it, big guy. Lay off the Eddies. What'd you have, a wake and bake? Yeah. And this is what I thought of. They're lying to us. New York Giants, Rockefeller Center. Let's get into it. Thank you, Alden. You're the man. Check out Alden's page. What's that new page?
Alden walks down streets.
Yeah, check it out. I love it. Seen a couple of the blocks that I've done already. As I'm getting out and doing, make it make sense more. Look at these characters, Alden. Who do they represent? Grandpa Bill? Come on, man. Make it make sense. This thing is wild. Come on, man.
They told me the darker paint on the inside is from everyone's smoke breaks.
Oh, so the dark smoke was smoke breaks.
Yeah.
Not trying to reflect skin tone, nothing like that. Just Pall Mall unfiltered. Got it. I feel something on my leg. Is that rain? It's warm. It's yellow. Oh, it's rain. Thanks, government. Heat. Stop lying to me, man. Stop lying to me. Come on, man. What is going on, Rockefeller Center? What is going on? This place is wild, man. I highly recommend the tour and request Alden. He's hilarious and very knowledgeable. Let's get to the roof.
Hillary Clinton just throws a fit when they tell her that images of her and Jeffrey are being released while she is testifying. She then says that you can hold her in contempt of court, and she is not doing this. These people are above the law. Obviously so, there still is not any U.S. arrest. All arrests have been a stage up to this point, or even capture, charge, then release.
Photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how?
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was. It doesn't matter. We all were abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah, well.
I would like to take a break at this moment. I'd like to have
And in other news, allegedly, Iran is saying that Israel was the one that blew up the oil refinery. Wouldn't that be an interesting chain of events? I don't gotta say it, you know.
So you work at Levi's, right?
Yeah.
Are you supposed to wash your jeans?
Not a lot.
No?
No.
Not a lot or no?
I wash my jeans, but not a lot.
How often are you supposed to wash them?
No.
So what if you go out to eat and it's like a real foodie place? Like it just smells like bad. Benihana's.
Do the cleaners, but don't put them in the
Yeah,
washing
yeah.
machine.
What would you say?
So it's better to wash your jeans because we need to wash our jeans, but not a lot. So maybe 2 or 3 times by year.
By year?
Yeah. Yes.
I never watched my jeans. I thought it was just a guy thing.
What if you for? Yeah, like what if they don't smell good? He does that.
June 12, 2009. This is the last broadcast. 1 minute. This is the last thing broadcasted at analog TV.
Watch, it's gonna be like porn or something like.
Ryan Smith answers viewers' health questions. Ryan Reynolds talks about his
Here, let's get pictures of each other.
and Ed Martin plays live next week on WGN Morning News from 5 to 9. It's
gonna happen like right after this too. You ready? 1.
Didn't see that one coming.
Ready? 1.
His next time back Saturday at 7 on WGN. WGN
1, 2.
Something's in the air.
Yeah. Get a picture of me before it goes out.
The foul pop-up how you
1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Now we're gonna sit in front of the TV and watch it. It's gonna go out. The fucking last thing broadcasted on analog TV was Sex and the City. Historical notes. Stupidest show on the internet. Except here comes Philip Black. Or at least it should.
Is it true that there was a trapdoor in his house on the island that released to the sea?
Y'all are gonna hate me for that one.
Okay, that's real. Yeah. And if you haven't seen this image, I'm going to kind of just describe it. It's dark. It looks like it's just in the floorboard of a room, and you open it, and it's not like to a reef or anything like that, or with a ladder. It's just to darkness, to the sea. Of course, a lot of the allegations naturally are that was a way to dispose of people, things. You're done. It's off into the sea. It's an easy way. You don't have to ever leave the house. You're never going to get caught being seen in public. You're already in the house, and it's a way to dispose of things. I'm just going to say, if I ever had a mansion on an island on the water, I probably would do like an overwater hut, like the Maldives or something like that. I don't know that I would have a trap door in my dining room that just releases to the bottom of the ocean. Like that feels a little weird. Yeah. But I'm not a billionaire, so I don't fucking know. But like that's weird, right?
Everything's so weird. I mean, there was one image and they took it down, and I don't know why. It's the image of a kitchen and 3 steaks, and then what looks like a bone or bone marrow could very well be bone marrow, right? It was up last week. They took it down this week.
So who is taking it down?
The DOJ, the Department of Justice. But
and
who is
why?
that?
If they released everything, why are you now taking it back?
Because my assumption is that they thought Americans in the world were dumber than we are, and people are analyzing these images, knowing we can turn images into videos, knowing that there are hidden links in these images. Like in one image, you click on the link, you right click, there's a little blue dot, and you right click on it, and it takes you to Roblox.
Oh, don't get me started on Roblox.
The mermaid topic, you know, every place they told me they was at, I traveled there. And I got the same story. In Ukunda, in Mombasa, Seychelles, I got the same story. I interviewed a guy when I was in Mombasa, Kenya on the coast. He's a fisherman. He said after a certain time, being on the shore of the beach is dangerous because that's when they arrive and they take people with them. Don't go to the water because, you know, none of us can swim good enough to get you back from them. He went for a night swim
And when he got back to shore, he was standing there with his towel, and he looked, and he seen a merman standing there. He said he had these large black eyes. He got this compelling feeling to go into the water. He fought the thought because he said he felt like if he did, nobody would see him again. And when I went to Puerto Rico, the locals said the exact same thing.
What if the mountains we climb are actually the bodies of giants? For a long time, we have been told that mountains are just made of rock and soil created by nature over millions of years. But if you look closely at this specific mountain in Alaska called Mount Susitna, you can see the perfect shape of a woman's body lying down. And by the way, this isn't AI generated. Look it up yourself. Some believe these aren't just rocks, but ancient giants petrified by a massive disaster. But that's not all. The proof is in the Himalayan salt. While we're told it's from an old ocean, this theory suggests it's actually the dried blood of these titans. That deep pink color, it's the iron from their blood that crystallized into stone over thousands of years. While scientists say these shapes are just a trick of the eye called pareidolia, and that the salt is just mineral deposits, many people believe we are living on top of a world of giants. We use Himalayan salt every day in our kitchens, thinking it's just a mineral. But if this theory is true, we are literally eating the ancient DNA of the beings that came before us. It's not a seasoning, it's a memory. Comment blood, and I'll send you the file on the DNA sequence found in these rocks. It's not human, and it's not from this world.
Oh, shit. They never say that, bro. Oh, shit. We got a fireball.
Submitted to the record, we have a painting that seems to be of you, Mr. President, found in one of Jeffrey Epstein's residences, wearing a, I would categorize it as a famous blue dress worn by the White House intern Monica Lewinsky.
You have a question?
It will be
marked
as Majority Exhibit 15.
Okay, what's your question?
My question is, are you familiar with this painting? Have you ever seen it in person?
I've never seen it in person.
Did you ever introduce Epstein to Monica Lewinsky or any other young female White House staffers?
I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single.
Have you ever seen that painting? I have not.
Other than the birthday note that was passed around here today for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, Mr. President, did you ever handwrite Jeffrey Epstein any other notes?
Shut up! That's what I do if I had no army. I would shut up.
Well, I wouldn't remember except that I've seen a picture recently of another note where I thank him for getting me away from the crowd on the airplane for a while so I could take a nap.
Boy, you don't sit your stupid ass down. Who the think you is?
So this is the Collider, okay? I don't understand why they're spending $200 on this stupid thing. This is the current Collider, LXC, in Switzerland, and now they're gonna build a bigger one. And you see how big it is, right? What are they trying to do here? Are they really trying to figure out particle physics? Maybe, maybe not, all right? All right, guys, Jacob Frank. What Jacob Frank tells us is there are different dimensions, okay? And another dimension is Big Brother, who's a friend of his, but he's stuck in his dimension. He's trying to come to our dimension, but he needs our help. So what's CERN particle accelerator trying to do, right? Is it really trying to discover particle physics, or is it really trying to break the dimensions, like they did with the nuclear bomb? Do you understand? People believe the nuclear bomb, it was really about creating an interdimensional portal for Big Brother to come into. And now people are saying, is it possible the CERN particle accelerator is trying to bring in these interdimensional demons to our world to conquer us, to enslave us? That would make a lot more sense than particle physics, okay, guys?
Why would somebody want to do that? Why do you want to do that?
This is another human species. In Russia, in Denisova Cave, they find a single pinky bone from a little finger. They do the DNA testing on it, and what they discover is this isn't a Neanderthal. This isn't an anatomically modern human being. This is another human species, the Denisovans.
Did they leave behind art?
Better than that, they left behind certain physical objects which are extremely hard to explain. One of them is a green stone bracelet, and that bracelet is in the form of a torque, and a hole has been drilled through the bracelet, and what they discovered was a huge anomaly, that was drilled with a stable, fixed drill, and it was drilled at extremely high speed. This is thought to be 40 or 50,000 years old. There is not supposed to have been any such technology in that period, and yet there it is. It's another example of a missing chapter in the human story that is beginning to be pieced together.
Oh right, family, there you have today's video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. You know what to do if you made it this far. Leave that like, leave that comment, leave that subscribe, y'all. Good video today, y'all. Did a little talking today. I've been trying to slow it down a little bit because sometimes I can go, y'all. So I've been trying to not slow it down, but be more in control of it and not ramble, because boy, can I ramble about everything and anything, y'all. So I hope you guys enjoyed it today, y'all. But not much going on today. You know, Mama Bear's still a little sick, so I'm just, you know, just baby duty. That's pretty much it, y'all. So I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get this video edited, get it out to you guys, and you know, I hope you enjoy it. But I'm gonna get out of here, y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow on the next one. This is Segovia signing out of the Man Cave. I'll see you then. Later.
Hey, folks, from Indianapolis and Syracuse, New York. Many in another lifetime, I used to row against Syracuse in their orange jerseys. I always liked those. It's raining in Seattle. It is actually quite cold here, but it's supposed to warm up next week. Fulton, Rochester Hills, Michigan. Sheboygan, one of the wonderful words that have come down to those of us in the modern era from the indigenous people. Guilford, Indiana. Layton, Ohio. And here we have Facebook aboard from St. Paul and Lafayette, Colorado, and Salem, Oregon, and so on. So, so welcome everybody for being here, and glad you're here. I'm sorry I'm a little discombobulated this week. I was traveling for the last 10 days, and I had planned a couple of nights off. I had actually pre-written a couple of things, and I thought I was going to be able to have meetings business meetings I was going for. And then Buddy and I had plans with some of our children to do different things. And then of course, Trump went to war. And that meant that life got really complicated really fast for me, because I was, in addition to already having a full schedule, I had to add in writing letters. And so a little bit out of whack this week, and I just did not have it in me to try and pre-record politics chat yesterday. So we'll do it live today, and I'll try and keep an eye on the comments. Maybe I can do some stuff live, which I actually prefer a lot to pre-recording. Anyway, let me get out of the way some of the easy questions that you asked. First of all, you asked about the boundary waters and what is happening with the Senate vote on HJ 140, which is the change in the rules that is a huge power grab for the Republican Party, and that got through the House and would permit a Chilean mining company to do some sulfide mining above the boundary waters in Minnesota that people sort of across the board are opposed to. This is enormously unpopular, not least because if anything makes it into the boundary waters, it could kill hunting and fishing and kayaking and all the things that people like to do up there, and destroy the small businesses that are supporting that use of the land, that are in the recreation economy, which we don't pay enough attention to, I think, in this country. There is, you've probably heard me talk about the American West and how we use land in the American West. It's really important to remember that generally mining, agribusiness, the real estate, the kinds of things that the radical right wants to open up that land to do tends to concentrate wealth in a very, very small group of people, and leaving the rest of the people who live there to work for those very wealthy people. Whereas the recreation economy is one that tends to support small businesses, a lot of small businesses. And one of my big things is how our economy really influences our democracy, because, of course, in a situation where very few people have all the wealth and power and everybody else doesn't have those things, you have a really different control of politics than you do in a place where lots of people have, solid paychecks. And part of the reason for that, of course, is because all the education and so on that goes by the wayside when money gets concentrated then turns into an opportunity for people to just pour money into an election and essentially buy elections, which is what you saw, for example, in Montana last year with Senator John Tester being replaced by Sheehy, who's the guy who recently appears to have broken the Marine's arm. I'm not going to talk much about that today because there's plenty of other stuff to get to. Anyway, so far the Senate has not taken up HJ 140. And that's because of complaints about it. So keep your voices coming on that. That is still before the Senate. And by the way, you can, if you ever wonder, you can check this stuff the same way I do. There is online a tracker from the Library of Congress, I think it is. Let's see here. No, it's from Congress itself, tracking where bills are, what's happened to them, and where bills are, and it's pretty easy to use. So it's at congress.gov, and right now the bill is in front of the Senate, but the Senate has not yet taken it up. All right, so that was an easy question. Another easy question was, you asked about, speaking of Montana. Montana is a really interesting state, and I will try not to go too far down this rabbit hole, but Montana is a great example of a state that really comes into the union as one that is controlled by very few people because of the mining industry there. Montana actually opens up during the Civil War because of the mines in Montana. And that's how we get the Bozeman Trail that cuts off of the Overland Trail. And you know what? Someday I'll do a whole lecture on Montana history. But what happens in Montana is it very quickly becomes a really corrupt state where a very few people basically run everything. This is in the late 19th century. And what we get out of that, weirdly enough, is this history of being able to see in a kind of a microcosm of what happens when a handful of men, in that case, take over all the wealth and power in a state. But then in the early 20th century, it becomes so corrupt that the people of Montana rewrite the Constitution and pass a whole bunch of laws that try and guard against a very few people taking over the political and the economic system. And interestingly enough, that's, of course, where we get the direct election of senators so that they can't really be bought. The legislature can't really be bought to hand over a position to some, tool of the mining industry. But it's also where we have had since then the ability to push back against concentrated money. Often cases come out of Montana. And actually, by the way, that's happening right now. One of the big challenges to Citizens United is coming out of Montana. But anyway, so you have in Montana this weird mix of extraordinary corruption and yet this extraordinary attempt of the people in Montana to push back. And what people asked about what was happening, that there was something funny that happened yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And that was some shenanigans going on with the Republican primary. And what happened there, and the Republicans, this is really pretty rare for it to happen, but Democrats have done it too. What happened there is Steve Daines, who was a Republican senator from Montana, kept open the possibility that he was going to run for re-election. And incumbents in our system have such a leg up over everybody else that many people will not get into a race if there's an incumbent, a fairly popular incumbent, because it's not worth anybody's time or money. So they watch really like a hawk. And if you ever care, this is why people watch so quickly the deadline for filing for re-election or for filing to be elected. So nobody jumped in the pond on the Republican side to challenge Daines because they figured, what's the point? And the same was true on the Democratic side. There would have been probably some quite hard hitters, big names jumping into the Senate race if they had known Daines was going to drop out. So he didn't tell anyone he was going to drop out. And I won't have the times right, I don't think. But let's say the deadline was 5 o'clock for probably I don't know what the date was, but it was 5 o'clock. He had to, either file his papers or not by 5 o'clock. And what he did was about 7 minutes before the end of the deadline, his hand-picked replacement, hasn't primaried, hasn't done anything, hasn't even said he was going to do anything. He filed the paperwork, and then 3 minutes later, Daines dropped out. It was too late for anybody else to get into the race. So that's what happened there. The presumption is that will give this guy a huge leg up because essentially he doesn't have the Democrats who would have run against him, really hard-hitting, big-name Democrats in Montana that are, didn't jump in the race, and they probably would have. Certainly there, off the top of my head, I can think of a couple of them who probably would have thrown their hats in the ring. They didn't because they thought Daines was going to be in there. And then the Republican challengers to this guy also didn't throw their hats in the race. So all of a sudden that kind of looks like them saying, we don't care what the primary voters think. We're just going to pick our own people, which is kind of becoming a hallmark of the Republican Party in this moment. So that's what happened in Montana. That was an easy thing to get around. And then you asked me for a description of who Markwayne Mullin is because you hadn't heard of him. And I will tell you, I have frequently joked that he and Tommy Tuberville were in a hotly contested race to be the dumbest people in the Senate. And they certainly come across that way. Markwayne Mullin, whom Trump has tapped to replace Kristi Noem, and let's be very clear here, it's astonishing to me that the legacy media tends not to be reporting this, but Trump just can't slot anybody else into that seat. Mullin will have to be confirmed by the Senate, and that's probably why Trump chose him for a number of reasons. But first of all, because there is in the Senate kind of a clubbiness that means the Senate tends to confirm its own. So Marco Rubio, of course, sailed through as Secretary of State in a bit of a surprise. It wasn't a surprise at all that he got confirmed, but that he behaved so differently once he was confirmed than everybody, including me, by the way, thought he would act. I thought he was, for Trump, a fairly safe pick. And then, of course, he suddenly became a crazy Trumper. So by picking Mullin, I think what Trump is suggesting is that he recognizes, or at least Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, recognizes that Trump is unpopular enough right now that it's going to be hard to get somebody through the Senate. And by picking a senator, that would make it easier just because there's that senatorial courtesy that tends to do that. That's not to say he's going to walk on through, but when I saw Mullin, the first thing I said was, oh, he's worried about getting anybody else through. Now, that being said, Mullen himself is a member of the Cherokee Nation. I believe he is the second member of the Cherokee Nation to serve in Washington in the Senate, I think, but that's just off the top of my head, so please don't quote me on that. And he does not have a bachelor's degree. I believe he's the only member of the Senate who does not have a bachelor's degree. He has an associate's degree in a construction-related industry and really no experience at all in what he is being asked to do here as the Director of Homeland Security. And I think that's really key because it's important to remember that when Kristi Noem, who was the former now Secretary of Homeland Security, got in trouble before, she told the newspapers through a surrogate that everything she had done under orders from President Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. And they pushed back on that, and then she said, no, I didn't really mean that, when she started getting back in people's good graces. But I think it's pretty clear that it's Stephen Miller, the Deputy White House Chief of Staff, who's really pushing the extraordinary violence of the federal agents who are acting under the Department of Homeland Security, and of course, President Donald Trump. So there is a thing that presidents do when they're in political trouble. They tend to find a sacrificial lamb and toss it overboard. And that certainly, there's no doubt that is what they are trying to do with Noem. But it's important to remember that she was, kind of a shield for Trump and Miller, and losing her is, we'll probably be spared the videos from now on. I doubt Mullen will have that kind of video presence, which Noem did in part with the help of her advisor, Corey Lewandowski. And I don't think Mullen will do that. That doesn't seem to be his style, but I think it's pretty easy to assume that he will not be his own man in that position. He will simply do whatever Trump and Miller tell him to do. And which, I could be wrong about that. I will say I am, even for somebody who is a fervent MAGA, he's from Oklahoma, by the way, is a fervent MAGA, that is not a job I would want right now. Under what circumstances would you want to go into department that has gone so rogue that Congress is refusing to fund it, and one that is in this much trouble? Maybe that reflects his perhaps unawareness of just how difficult a job that's going to be. But so anyway, that's who he is. Now, let me get then into things I'm sorry, there's another, these all kind of tie together, but once I've knocked off these questions, I will try and tie everything together the way I do. You asked about the issue of transgender, the licenses of transgender people in Kansas. And I'm glad, it's really interesting because when that story first broke, it broke on Aaron in the Morning, who's very, very good about transgender issues as well as other issues as well. And it seemed a little bit of a sleeper issue. And I'm happy to say, as of, I think it's today, it's been broadcast all over the country. And I wrote about it a while back, but what is at stake there in the little sense is that the legislature of Kansas passed a law that made the licenses of transgender Kansans invalid immediately, as in the next day. Which, again, you think licenses, right? I don't know about you, but licenses always seem like, do you have the right license? Is it a special? Is it, whatever? But there's actually a big agenda behind the changing of licenses. And that agenda, first of all, you could see by the fact that they made them illegitimate the day after they passed this law. So if you were going to try and fix that problem, you're already walking uphill because they've just made it, you will be driving on a suspended license if you drive to the DMV. So clearly this is not an attempt to fix a real problem. This is an attempt to create a problem. Or create a population that is considered a problem. And now you say you like my rabbit hole, so I'm going to go down a little rabbit hole now. One of the things we really watch in people who do political history is laws that on their face seem innocuous, but are actually really devastating. And so one of the ones that I always use as an example of this is in the Reconstruction South in a number of states. It was illegal to sell goods in a marketplace after dark, after dusk, or before dawn. So and the argument was, well, we don't want people on the streets, not on the streets. We don't want people on the roads then because, nothing that happens after dark is good, right? There's going to be people on the roads. They're going to mug people. And, we want to make sure that buying stuff only happens during the daylight. Okay, that sounds fine, right? Except the contracts to which Black Americans were held said that you had to be working in the fields in all the daylight hours. You did not have any free daylight hours. So what that meant was that if a Black person in a state that had a law like that sold anything in a marketplace after dark, simply doing what white people did during the daylight, they were doing something illegal. And that use of seemingly innocuous laws to criminalize certain populations is really big. And it's worth always, when somebody says, well, it makes perfect sense to do X, always, always, always look at the other side of it. So, for example, here's another one of my favorites. In many places, the selling of drugs near a school has way bigger punishments than not selling drugs near a school. And I forget what the distance of that is. And again, you think, well, that's great. You don't want people to sell drugs near a school, right? Except what it means is that if you're living in urban areas and selling drugs, because there's so many more schools and people are crowded together, even if you commit the same crime as somebody in a rural area, you are more likely to get a heavier penalty because of what you've done. And there's all kinds of stuff like that embedded in places. Okay, now back to Kansas. You know, when Trump was talking about going after transgender youth, especially, his thing was, oh, you know, we're not trying to cause big problems here. We only want to make sure that transgender people don't play in sports, right? Especially women's sports. And that's it, you know, that that's all we're complaining about. Well, of course, this puts the lie to that by making it, the law says in Kansas that your driver's license has to match your sex at birth, and otherwise it's invalid. And you think about what this kettle of, you know, this can of worms this is going to open up. The ways in which it will make life extraordinarily difficult for transgender people who, you know, almost all, I mean, I actually don't know the numbers, I shouldn't say that, who pass with a gender identification different than their sex at birth. This just basically is creating an outcast population. And fortunately, people are calling attention to it and calling it out, but it's one of those moves toward a state that criminalizes a certain population that historians look at with their hair on fire, because this is a constructed emergency by a group of people who are looking to instate in our state, in our national government, ways to distinguish amongst us, amongst citizens, to start to criminalize certain populations of citizens. And so it may be a story that your eyes would sort of skip over because you don't live in Kansas or you're not worried about your license, but it's actually a really big deal. This is how you start, you know, how one starts to criminalize populations is they start with a very, very small population and demonize them and move your way through. So that's the answer to that license issue. Oh, and Kansas actually has very strict driver's license punishments. So if you drive on a suspended license, the fines are pretty bad and so on. And this law, as it is written, if you somebody who's in I think it's a bathroom and a locker room with somebody who turns out to be transgender can then sue the person for $1,000 or something. I don't remember the exact details of it. I did read it the other night, but it's really just I'm sorry. And the third piece of that is that it was passed extremely quickly. They basically forced it through the legislature without sending it off to committee for any kind of a conversation. So it's a real power grab, but it's a power grab that is a very dangerous and frightening power grab. All right. So now the bigger questions that are on the table tonight. Although that being said, I just got through all your questions and I've already been here a half hour, so I'll try and be quick, I guess. Let's start with one other small question you asked, and I will make it bigger. You asked what the Shield of the Americas was, to which Kristi Noem has been reassigned from her position at the head of Homeland Security. And, you know, a lot of people were joking how that is an invented position, and it absolutely is. But I'll tell you why it was on Donald Trump's mind and why it's not okay to kind of look away from what's going on there. It seems very clear that Trump really is trying to reorganize the globe, reorganize the way the world works, not just the United States, but the world works. And this is not news to anybody, right? He says this all the time. And certainly J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller and Secretary of State Marco Rubio and so on have been saying this since January 21st. What they want to do is they want to get rid of the rules-based international order that I've talked about so often, that was constructed after World War II based on 3 pillars. And the pillars were, first of all, representative democracy. The United States and its allies, and as many partners as possible, supported the idea of representative democracy. And that works in different ways in different places. But the idea was that in order to have a stable world, you needed to make sure people had a say in their governments. And by the way, that idea of a stable world is a really important one, because we have lived in the United States in safety for so long that I think people forget that that's what a government's supposed to do. It's supposed to keep us safe. That's rule number 1. Like, there's other stuff going on too, and there's ways you can expand that. But the idea is that you do not want to put your people in harm's way if you can possibly avoid it. So the idea, and it's not just the United States that feels that way. That's the whole idea of governments, that they're going to protect their people. But the idea after 2 world wars in a space of a very few years was that we had to find a way to come up with a system that did not have world wars. So they came up with this three-pillared system, and that they were based on the idea of representative democracy and on the idea that world trade was a good thing because it would tie countries together, and it would, it would have people have monetary ties, but also, you'd become accustomed to other people's food, and you'd be, you would maybe go to school in other places, and it would sort of tie the world together in a way that would make it harder for individuals to go to war than if everybody was living in their own little bubbles. And it was the third pillar was the idea of international institutions that would, again, weave people together and make it harder, for our NATO troops work in each other's countries. They know each other. And the idea was that you would create safety around the world by creating this kind of web around the world that meant that we had allies in places on the other side of the world. And we would, that you'd make the world a much smaller place based on this, but it would enable that web to tamp down wars, so they would not become world wars. They would stay local. Well, they didn't want even those, but that we'd have these local conflagrations, but we wouldn't have world wars again. And it has worked bloody well for the last 80 years. It has worked. It has enabled the world to remain fairly stable. Again, not world wars. That's not to say we haven't had huge issues, but they have tended to stay localized. Vladimir Putin, who is the president of Russia, wants to tear all that up. Because that idea of this web is stopping his imperial ambitions. He wants Ukraine, and he would like to spread his influence further into Europe as well. And of course, all these international institutions are standing against him. And once he invaded Russia for the second time in 2022, the international economic system was also standing against him with sanctions, for example, and by excluding him from the banking system that all the other countries use for trans-border exchanges of money, which has badly hurt Russia's economy. So he wants to get rid of that system, and he wants a system of a few sort of great powers with spheres of influence. So you have, the power of Russia, for example, with other countries forced to be satellites to Russia. And mind you, this is a huge power grab for him because Russia is an economically very small and very weak state, but he has managed to leverage a number of things, including his intelligence agencies, to give himself more power than his size or economy should have enabled him to have. But that idea of, a few big dogs and then everybody else having to suck up to those dogs is basically a return to the world before the 20th century. It's not even just before World War II, it's before the 20th century. And the United States under Donald Trump has accepted that idea, that the United States does not want to have this world of these webs of international trade. And it doesn't want to have international institutions like the WHO, the World Health Organization, or the United Nations. I mean, Trump is very clearly trying to replace the United Nations with his Board of Peace and so on. But he wants to replace that with the United States of America in charge of the Western Hemisphere. So when they talked about NOAM becoming part of the Shield of the Americas, this is one of the institutions that Trump is trying to put in place between the North American continent and the South American continent that would put the United States essentially in charge of both and let Europe go hang. And this, of course, is exactly what J.D. Vance talked about at the Munich Security Conference last year, and that Marco Rubio talked about at the Munich Security Conference again this year. And, somebody asked, well, J.D. Vance, people are saying that J.D. Vance is against this war in Iran. J.D. Vance is playing this however it comes. I mean, you've noticed he's nowhere to be found. He said he was against the war, but if it was going to happen, he wanted to be fast and decisive. Don't think for a minute that J.D. Vance isn't into this idea of the Western Hemisphere being the background of the United States of America, the playground of the United States of America, because he's unhappy with the democratic traditions of Europe that are permitting immigration. He wants a white America, and he wants a Christian America that reflects his version of Christianity, which is he is a recent convert to a right-wing Catholicism. And if you've noticed, that right-wing Catholicism is actually calling the Pope wrong, which is itself very interesting. And that's actually opened up a fissure in American Catholicism, which had been supporting Trump. The right wing of American Catholicism had really been supporting the right wing politically. And when you start criticizing the Pope and you're a Catholic, a lot of people were not willing to go along with that. And you can see a fissure opening there. But this idea of controlling the Western Hemisphere and leaving Europe to itself is all over what's happening right now. So when Trump has started talking. He's been doing it for a while, but he started talking about Cuba being next. He very much wants for the United States to throw its weight around in Cuba. He influenced in the Honduran election by letting the former Honduran president, who had been convicted in the United States by a jury of drug trafficking, he pardoned him and said, "Oh, that was a Biden thing. Let him out in time for the Honduran election." He threw his way. He tried to get Jair Bolsonaro out of his country, where he was about to be imprisoned for launching a coup. He knocked Nicolas Maduro out of Venezuela, but left the regime intact so long as he was able to control the regime and get money from the oil there. You can see we bailed out Javier Milei in Argentina before his big election. You can see how the United States is taking its power under Trump, or how Trump's taking the power of the United States and essentially turning South America into its playground. And of course, we've been making all these moves against Canada and Greenland. Now, why am I saying that so definitively? Because although it largely fell under the radar screen, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, the name has never been officially changed, Congress would have to do that, was speaking yesterday, I think, at America's Counter Cartel Conference. And there's, by the way, going to be another conference this weekend of the Shield of the Americas in Florida, which, by the way, if all this takes place, Florida would be the center of this new arrangement, right? Considering where it's located and so on. Oh, that made me think of something. You might recognize a different. Okay, there we had a glitch there. I thought I'd lost you altogether, but it appears not. Florida would be the center of all this, but in his speech that Hegseth gave to America's Counter Cartel Conference, he basically said that the United States, of course, with the help of everyone down there, is going to use its military power to go after the cartels and bring sort of peace and prosperity to Latin America. And the United States has not spent a lot of time in its press talking about this, but The Guardian had a fabulous piece on it in which they said Latin American countries want absolutely no part of this. The idea of answering the problems of drug cartels with military alone has been tried, and it's been a disaster. That in fact, the old system that we had been using seemed like it was making a difference, and Trump has walked away from that. So when we talk about what's happening around the world, it's really important to keep that idea of this Western Hemisphere reorganization in Trump's mind foremost, because that's happening around us every minute. Now, I'm sure you're listening to me and going, but wait a minute, last I checked, Iran was not in the Western Hemisphere. And that's very true, of course. This is a war of choice, and it bears thinking about who benefits from this war of choice, because of course there's no conversation about it in the United States and in the United States Congress, about which I hope I'll have time to talk for a second. Who does benefit? And Timothy Snyder, a scholar of authoritarianism, has a great piece today saying, the real beneficiaries of this war are exactly those people who allegedly helped push Trump into it. And that's Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel and MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, in Saudi Arabia, both of whom have seen Iran as a huge problem in their backyards for a number of years, including, as Snyder points out, 47 years, which is the number that the Trump people keep talking about, the U.S. being at war with Iran, when of course, in fact, we have not been at war with Iran in that period of time. And it's really interesting because to talk that way, because of course, most of the hijackers on 9/11 were not from Iran, and they were not from Iraq. They were from Saudi Arabia. So this idea that somehow, Iran has been an unusually bad actor that we've been at war with all this time completely rewrites history. So there is this sense that the U.S. is working with oligarchs around the world. And that is in keeping with this idea that America will become, under Donald Trump and whomever he leaves this world to, will become part of this oligarchical world that essentially has a sort of monarchy, like a Saudi monarchy in charge of it, or a Putin-style authoritarianism in charge of it. And our playground will be the Western Hemisphere. So those are how those things are attached. And there is a really interesting piece of this here that somebody asked about, and I think it's important to highlight, and I will be writing a full letter about it. And that's that Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island, I'm sorry, I think in words, and I'm seeing the R and thinking, no, I know he's not from Russia, of Rhode Island, gave in the Senate yesterday, in which he really lays out the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room now, since at least 2015, has been the relationship between Donald Trump and Russia and Russian operatives. And he began that speech by talking about how the Mueller report, Robert Mueller, remember the special counsel Robert Mueller, all the way back there, who was supposed to be looking at the ties between the 2016 Trump campaign and Russian operatives, came out with a report that Donald Trump's then Attorney General, Bill Barr, anticipated and went out in front of the cameras and said, oh, there's nothing here, there was no connection, and so on and so forth. And by the time the report actually came out, everybody had become convinced that that's what the report said. And the report actually said exactly the opposite. The Mueller report is online, so is the follow-up report to that, which is the Senate Intelligence Committee's investigation of the Trump campaign's relationship to Russian operatives. And both of them concluded that Russian operatives had, in fact, worked to support the Trump campaign and to denigrate and hurt the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2016. And the Senate Intelligence Committee report, which was written under a majority of Republicans, and it was unanimous. I believe it's the first time. I could be wrong about that. If not the first, it's one of the very, very, very few times that the Senate Intelligence Committee has unanimously agreed to a report. And that went further than the Mueller report had, saying that because their jurisdictions were different, saying that in fact, Trump's campaign manager, Paul Manafort, had been giving material from proprietary material from the campaign to his business partner, who was, according to the Senate Intelligence Committee report, a Russian operative. So Sheldon Whitehouse began with that in his speech and said, everybody believed the Mueller report, and that's not what the Mueller report said. And then he went on to talk not just about those two things, but the fact that when somebody asked Trump about the Epstein files recently, he said, oh, it's just like the Russia hoax. There's nothing there, which was really interesting because nobody had asked him about that. They'd asked him about Epstein. And the first place his mind went was to Russia. And then Whitehouse outlined the many, many, many connections between Jeffrey Epstein and the Russians, and Donald Trump and the Russians and Jeffrey Epstein, and the degree to which the women that were trafficked by Epstein and Maxwell came from Russia or from former Soviet republics is really pretty astonishing, as is the number of times, for example, that Putin appears in the Epstein files, more than 1,000 times so far. Remember, we're missing a lot of the pages, and at least half of the files. And what Whitehouse said is that, listen, we might never know how deeply involved Epstein was with various intelligence agencies from the US, from Israel, from Russia, and so on. But what we can say is that there's a lot of evidence that Epstein was engaged in blackmail. There are a number of people who claimed to have been shown cameras, that pinpoint cameras, for example, that were all over his home in Manhattan. I mean, one of the things that people keep talking about is the Epstein Island, but of course there was also the New Mexico ranch and the Manhattan townhouse, which people somehow tend to forget that he actually lived in Manhattan. So that too was full of opportunities for capturing people on film. And we know, of course, that there were tons of films taken out of his home during the FBI raid way back in 2019, I'm going to go with, but I don't remember off the top of my head. So Whitehouse sort of says there is an awful lot going on here that suggests that there's a lot of fog here that suggests that hidden in this fog are connections between the United States under Donald Trump, or under the Trump administration, and the Russians. And, as many people say, we don't really need to know what they are to know that what would Trump do? How would he behave differently if he were involved with the Russians? And, one of the things that came out today in the war with Iran is that Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent said the U.S. is considering it's already removed the sanctions on Russian oil for sale to India. It is now considering removing other sanctions on Russian oil. Well, of course, the thing that Putin is most desperate for is more money because of his war against Ukraine, and the many ways in which the U.S. under Trump has slowed down giving ammunition to the Ukrainians, has slowed down giving money to the Ukrainians, and has really tended to prop up Russia, is really sort of coming to a head here as Russia is increasingly on the ropes in that war. All of a sudden, what the United States has done by attacking Iran is jacked up the price of oil in a way that the only beneficiaries of that is going to be Russia. I mean, the fact that Russia now has oil that is going to be way, way, way more valuable is going to help Russia. It's a huge shot in the arm for Russia. At the same time, in the United States, have you looked at your gas prices lately? And the rise in oil prices is always a huge drag on the economy. So there is, I think, afoot something that's worth watching, and that is that Trump is quite literally trying to change the way the globe has worked for the last 80 years to make it subservient to people like Vladimir Putin, but also to people like Trump. And what we're seeing now is what that looks like. And before I go on to just a little bit on why this is such a problem, I would like to point out that the system that extraordinarily brilliant people put together over the past 80 years, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, in the micro sense, but in the macro sense, the system worked. We know that, and yeah, there are things that I mean, just give me a notebook and I'll tell you the things that I would like to change about it. But the base of it worked. Now, the people who are trying to put in place this new system in the United States of America are people like Donald Trump. And I am sorry, no matter how you slice it, and I will tell you, I think he's a brilliant salesman. He does not have the brain power of the people who put the other system together. So the idea that somehow he's going to be able to rework the United Nations into his Board of Peace and all of a sudden it's going to be great because he's going to be a dictator, which is what the Board of Peace establishes, I got my doubts. But what does this mean for us? You may be glazing over and going, why do I care what the world looks like? Well, first of all, I would say you care because we have become so accustomed to living in a world where the people from the United States of America felt safe. I don't think people understand what it means to live in a world where you don't feel safe, where you or your children or your spouse or whomever can be drafted to go to war into a meat grinder the way they are in Russia right now, or that you could be like somebody who sends their kids to school and one morning and all of a sudden there's a bomb that comes out of the sky. Those things happen in the world. For the last 80 years, it has been rare for them to happen to Americans. We have mass shootings, of course, but that kind of attack from other countries, we have been relatively safe from, to the point